We'll talk on modern India. Note 3 खोल दो. So all of you have studied the entire syllabus, hopefully. पढ़ लिया ना? मैं पूछूंगा नहीं, इसलिए कोई डरने की बात नहीं है, but at least you have a glimpse of the entire syllabus. So our hot areas or the quest areas from where maximum question probable is after the revolt of 1857. So if you go by our revising model, we should more focus on the post-revolt of 1857. Pre-1857 period, there are some gray areas from where we can have question in the prelims. So beginning from the advent of Europeans, what are the areas we can look into? There are some points like geographical discoveries. That why Europeans started coming to India. Summarizing the basic points of that, why Europeans started coming to India. First, look the geography of the Western European countries. It's surrounded by waters, and obviously their mobility was very restricted because land mass was hardly connected. So mobility was very restricted. So obviously these countries will try to create a scenario so that they can travel long distance, and that is the reason why they had found the waterways very suitable. So how to enter in deep sea, how to travel the long distance oceans, they constructed very big ship, magnetic compass, obviously discovery needed. There was a Portuguese king, Henry, he is known as Henry the Navigator, and he was very fond of having the traveling in the long distance oceans. So he established a college, Navy College, and there were many trained veterans of this college like Vasco da Gama, Columbus. They had taken voyages all over the world, and therefore the geographical condition of the Western European countries was partially responsible for that why there was a geographical discoveries. Geographical discoveries का मतलब है not discovery of new country, continent or island, but it was discovery of new trade route, oceanic trade route. ठीक है, एक important point था geographical discovery. Second था कि trading connectivity. You understand that India was the biggest exporter, or the East, not India, East. So biggest exporter of consumer goods. And what was the pattern of trade? कि India से Arabians purchase the goods and then sell it to the Italians. Italians की तो काफी hegemony थी, Italians, and Italians supply to the other European countries. It was a very high and inflated price. So other European countries, particularly जो Western European countries था, they had decided to have a direct link with India, and therefore the waterways was a suitable ways. ठीक है, दूसरा important factor है. पहला अब समझ में आया आपको. First was geographical limitation of Western European countries. ज्योग्राफिकल लिमिटेशंस ऑफ वेस्टर्न यूरोपियन कंट्रीज। दूसरा हमने बोला हेजेमनी ऑफ अरबिक एंड द इटालियन ट्रेडर्स, hegemony of Arabic and Italian traders. Hegemony of Arabic and Italian traders. ये पॉइंट आया समझ में आपको कि how hegemony of Arabic and Italian traders means the Arabians purchase goods from India and then sell it to the Italians, and Italians supplied to the other European countries on a very high inflated price. तो इतना महंगा सामान क्यों खरीदेंगे? And therefore they went for direct trade and oceanic trade. So hegemony of the Arabic and the Italian countries. Third important fact है, that is fall of Constantinople, जिसको आजकल इस्तांबुल बोलते हैं, कॉन्स्टेंटिनोपल इस्तांबुल। 1453 Osmanian Turk, 1453 Osmanian Turk had captured Constantinople, और जब टर्किस ने कैप्चर कर लिया कॉन्स्टेंटिनोपल को, तो ऑब्वियसली द ट्रेड रूट गॉट डिस्कनेक्टेड between India and Europe. Turkey is the exit point, so trade route got disrupted. So how to reconnect India? Oceans. So geographical discoveries had many fundamentals, but this one was a very important factor, fall of Constantinople, right? And thereafter, the Western European countries wanted to find some alternative trade route to connect. And that is the reason why they went for geographical discoveries. I told you the geographical discoveries refers to discovery of new oceanic trade route. Fine. उसके बाद एक और important factor है, that is the religious zeal of Spanish. The people of Spain, they were very much inspired by the religious ways, how to spread Christianity. और आपको पता है religion is a type of opium in which you can sell any risk of the life, and therefore in order to spread Christianity they had taken the long distance voyage. So religious zeal of the Spanish people. Spain जो था वो सबसे ज्यादा, Spain was a nodal country in the world who had taken initiative. Spain and Portugal were the partners. Spain and Portugal were the partners. So thereafter, these efforts taken by Western European countries, and that led to the rise of geographical discoveries. तो इसमें अगला पॉइंट आता है कि Spain was focusing on American continents, right? And Portugal was taking care of East India. So therefore, Portugal was taking the route from Cape of Good Hope, and Spain was taking route of America. Columbus वगैरह उधर देख रहा था. South America, North America, both. So Portuguese came to India, then Dutch came, then English. So Portuguese had backup of Spanish Navy in Atlantic. So Dutch or English was not able to give proper challenge to Portuguese because of the backup from the Spanish Navy. But Dutch and English also made collaboration to challenge the collaboration of Portuguese and the Spanish. And English technology was much superior. It came late, but came very strongly. So 1588, there was a Portuguese warship, Armada, Spanish warship, Armada. And Armada was a warship which dominated in the Atlantic. 1588, English defeated this Armada. And it led to the fall of the Spanish hegemony in Atlantic. And thereafter, English also opened the route and then come to India. So 1588, after defeat of Spanish Armada, the Portuguese and Spain both lost its hegemony over the oceans, and then Spain and English and the Dutch also started coming to India. So this challenge, after the defeat of Armada, Dutch and the English also started for the Eastern trade. Eastern trade. Dutch and the English also started the Eastern trade. Look, Adam Smith, the father of economics, he said that biggest discovery in the history of mankind, two biggest discovery in the history of mankind. One is the Cape route to India and discovery of America. This is a statement of Adam Smith. So you can understand how important this geographical discovery is. Adam Smith क्या बोलता है कि two biggest discoveries in the history of mankind, two biggest discovery in the history of mankind is Cape route to India, Cape route to India, and discovery of America. It had changed the global scenario. This is a statement of Adam Smith. Two biggest discovery in the history of mankind is the Cape route to India and discovery of America. Discovery of America. It had changed the entire global scenario. So Portuguese आया, Dutch आया, English, French, all. Danes, French, all. Among all the Europeans, English emerged as a superior. Why? Because there was fundamental limitations to the other Europeans. Formally देखें, Portuguese. Portugal was in the state of decline. Total population was only 1 million, 10 lakh. Total population. इतना तो ऑटो में ट्रेवल कर लेता आपने करोल बाग में. 10 lakhs only population. Feudal setup. Only feudal had the prestige. Traders, they did not have the backup of the government. Fundamental problem. Second, Portuguese got in touch with Brazil, and Brazilian condition was very much similar to India, and it was easy for Portuguese to go to Brazil rather than coming to India. So these are the things actually was the limitation of the Portuguese power. English was very focused towards India. उसी तरह से फ्रेंच को देखें. French was a government company and English East India Company was a private company. The differences is only in the sense BSNL versus Geo. Right? So French East India Company was BSNL and English East India Company was a Geo. And obviously they had a dominance of the capitalist backup. So there are so many limitations you can see among the other Europeans compared to English. एक छोटा सा वर्ड अगर प्रीलिम्स में रहता है कि English was more focused for the structural consolidation and others were more focused for profit maximization, and that actually make the difference between others versus English. Did you understand this sentence? जल्दी से पैसा कमा के निकलना है, मजबूती के साथ रुकना है और लंबे समय तक कमाना है. So other Europeans were more focused on profit maximization and English was rather had a primary ambition for structural consolidation. And that make the difference with other Europeans versus English. Right. मैं ये मान के चल रहा हूं कि you have gone through the whole syllabus and then I'm trying to catch you some important glimpse so that you have a bigger clarity of that. Bigger clarity. Facts वगैरह तो कर लेंगे हम लोग, but you must have some bigger clarity for that. Okay. So why English was so dominated over other Europeans? There are certain basic understanding about that. And first is private entrepreneurship versus public enterprise, right? Geo versus BSNL. Second important fact is that other Europeans were more intended for profit maximization. English had a structural consolidation. Fundamentally, profit maximization versus structural consolidation. एक बात समझ में आया. दूसरा है the private enterprise versus public sector. Private enterprise versus public sector. फिर देखो, Portuguese came to India, Vasco da Gama, 1498, and English came to India, 1608. Look at the gap between Portuguese and English. 110 years. Despite being the fact that the Portuguese had advantage of 110 years, still English dominated over Portuguese. Fine. So Portuguese diverted the attention after discovery of Brazil. Discovery of Brazil. Portuguese, rather than focusing in India, became more diverted to Brazil. Right? Advantage to English. Decline of Portuguese is advantageous to English. But the rise of English is due to some other factors. Some indigenous factor. Okay. English came to India in 1608. So when English came to India in 1608 and established its first factory at Surat. First factory at Surat. You know the meaning of factory? What is factory? It's an administrative depot. It was a godown, warehouse. Europeans were not producing anything. Europeans were sellers and purchasers. जैसे Amazon, Flipkart काम करती है, they were doing the same thing. So they were sellers and purchasers. They did not came here to produce anything. एक और golden statement अपनी clarity के लिए. English did not came to India with the objective of becoming the political power. Right? Trade and commerce was the main objective of company. But it is circumstances in India persuaded company to aspire for political power. Statement should be very clear. मैंने बोला कि objective क्या है? Trade and commerce. Right? And it is circumstances in India persuaded English to aspire for political power. So, East India Company did not came to India with the objective of becoming the political power. Did not came to India with the objective of becoming the political power. It is circumstances in India. It is circumstances in India persuaded British to aspire for political power. To aspire for political. Okay, fine. क्या बैकअप है समझना है इसको. When East India Company was established, it received charter from the government, right? In this charter, it was clearly said two important points: that East India Company would be the only company of England have trading ties with the East and India. No other company of England will have the trading ties with India and East. इसका मतलब है no competition at home. This is a advantage number one to company. First advantage is that the charter of 1600. What I said, circumstances. That was not to others, but exclusive to English. A structural consolidation, right? So, East India Company had trading monopoly. As per charter, East India Company had trading monopoly as per charter. Charter of 1600. मतलब no competition at home. No competition at home. सीधी बात है. East India Company is the only company of England will have the trading ties with the East and India. India and the East. Therefore, no competition at home. Initially, it was for 15 years. मतलब 1600 से 1615, 15 years. But before the expiry of the term in 1609, before the expiry of the term in 1609, it was extended for indefinite period. Extended for indefinite period. It was extended for indefinite period. Concept clear करिए. Before expiry of the term, it should have it in 1615 in a revision, because it was initially for the 15 years. But in 1609, it was extended for indefinite period before the expiry of the term. Means the shareholders of the company was so much influential on British government that company was getting huge benefit by the government, favor from the government. And obviously, it was a new phase of mercantilism in the world. Right? New phase of mercantilism in the world. जब state to state trade होता है, it is called mercantilism. If private traders were controlled by the state, it is also called mercantilism. Right? So this is a mercantile phase. East India Company was a private company regulated by government, mercantilism. French East India Company was a sarkari company, mercantilism. Right? So this is what is actually good point to understand what is mercantilism. World is a mercantile nation because the world is expected to have profit by the means of trade. ठीक है ना? ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी इनिशियल बिल्ड कर रहे हैं, कनेक्ट हो जाएगा डॉट्स डिस्पाइट द फैक्ट दैट वी हैव टू फिनिश इन 20 आवर्स, बट वी विल डू गुड स्टडी. मैंने बोला कि आई विल मोर फोकस ऑन द पोस्ट 1857 पीरियड, बट सम पॉइंट्स फ्रॉम हियर. So after coming to English, that time Jahangir was the ruler. 1605 में अकबर मरा था and 1608 Jahangir. And this man Jahangir, strange personality. Right? When he was Salim, he was the most spoiled child on earth, always busy in drinking and making marriages. Two favorite hobby he cultivated in the life. एक बार अकबर भेजा उसको अबुल फजल को कि सर, my dear genius man, please go and convince Salim that what he is actually. And then Abul Fazl went for his philosophical instinct. Let me convince him. He went to Allahabad. Salim was staying in Allahabad. एक तो बिगड़ा बच्चा, and he was staying in Allahabad. इलाहाबाद में तो आप जानते ही हैं, अगर कोई रह गया पॉलिटिशियन बन जाता है. तो सलीम वाज आल्सो बिकेम सो मच. हाँ, अगर कोई आपका दोस्त बहुत ही डम हो, बहुत स्लो हो, एकदम हो, उसको आप वहां रखवा दीजिए. हाँ, वो इधर से डम जाएगा, पॉलिटिशियन निकलेगा। तो सलीम को काफी ज्यादा, तो ही बिकम वेरी रेड फेस्ड कि मेरा टाइम बर्बाद करेगा। एंड ऑन द वे टू इलाहाबाद, अबुल फजल वाज गोइंग टू कन्विंस हिम, ही परसुएडेड बीर सिंह बुंदेला टू किल हिम। रास्ते में ही उसका प्रोग्राम फिक्स कर दिया। That you can understand this man. But when, after death of Akbar, Salim became Jahangir, he became more responsible. पहले तो उसने इलाहाबाद पिलर पर जो अशोक ने लगवाया था, he wrote 12 points. And if you look at the points in Persian, all the points are dedicated to justice. He was a justice-loving king. Right? He banned animal killing on Sunday and Thursday, because Sunday was birthday of Akbar and Thursday he became the king. So both the days was very auspicious. So he banned animal killing on that. अपने दरवाजे पर he put a golden chain. Anybody seeking justice day and night can come and knock the chain. I will come out to deliver the justice. This empire would be based on the level of justice. बहुत जबरदस्त आदमी। बाद में, after marriage, before marriage of Noor Jahan, after that, he was not a king at all. After marriage with the Noor Jahan became de facto ruler of the state. So, Portuguese lobby was very strong. Many nobles of Jahangir were getting chocolate toffee from Portuguese. They always convinced Jahangir, sir, do not have meeting with English. Portuguese नाराज हो जाएगा. So, because of the strong Portuguese lobby in the Mughal court, English was not getting appointment with Jahangir. But English always believe in the constitutional framework of working. So keep on writing letter, sir, please appointment, please appointment. Nobles बोलता था, sir नहीं, Portuguese, our trading partner. Finally, 1612, after 4 years of the advent of English, there is a place in near Surat, is Swali. The Battle of Swali. In this battle, the English commander, Captain Best was really Best. So Best defeated Portuguese. Battle of Swali. And thereafter, the English got confidence. Mughal got confidence in English. And next year, 1613, Jahangir issued a farman, and then Surat became the official. So finally, after 5 years of the long effort by the East India Company, Surat was officially recognized and got permission to erect factory at Surat. Fine. थोड़ा आराम से समझते, डेट भी याद हो जाएगा, ईयर भी याद हो जाएगा, provided you have some relevant touch how to remember the date. Otherwise, if you try to remember that years, you will never. So go by the relevance of the year, and then you automatically the years will fit inside. Okay, after Battle of Swali in 1612, then 1613, officially it was recognized. उसके बाद आया Sir Thomas Roe. He was an ambassador of the British King James I. And Thomas Roe, he stayed in the Mughal court for 3 years, and he convinced. And finally, Jahangir issued a farman that company can construct factory in all Mughal territories. ये जो सेंटेंस होता है ना, बहुत जबरदस्त होता है. क्या बोला? All Mughal territories. That means if Mughal keep on expanding, the right of the company to construct factory will also keep on. So that 1715, the issue of the letter, that finally worked beautifully for a company, because by the time of Aurangzeb, Mughal was all India, company was all India. Because of the farman of Jahangir. Because company got the right to construct factory in all Mughal territories. So Mughal was in the massive expansionist mode, advantage to company. What I said, what circumstances that aspire company to become the political power. ठीक है, आराम से बात करते हैं बिल्कुल. But in entire India, if you see the company's profile, The company had factory at many places. But company was more focused here in Bengal. Company was maximum concentration in Bengal. Why company had maximum concentration in Bengal? First thing, Bengal, the geographical location of Bengal, its economic aspects of the Bengal. Bengal was a very prosperous state. Bengal was a very prosperous state. Its prosperity is regarding Bengali handicraft, right? Availability of commercial crop, jute, indigo, tea, opium. So there was a huge availability of the commercial crop. Or Europeans was very attracted. English was very attracted. Bengal को अभी वाला बंगाल मत समझिएगा. Bengal was very prosperous, right? Prosperity lies in Bengali handicraft plus availability of commercial crop. First point. Why company was so much attracted to Bengal? Why Bengal? Why English was so much attracted to Bengal? Bengal, first point, its prosperity. Prosperity regarding what? Handicraft. Handicraft and commercial crop. Commercial crop. Prosperous state. Handicraft and commercial crop. Commercial crop mein, if you have a question, what is produced in Bengal? So then we have indigo, tea, opium, jute, rice, etc. But there was a question that what are the items exported from Bengal? So option was, out of the 4 options, each option had cotton included. So many genius students, they applied their 7 cents and बोला कॉटन वाला तो नहीं होगा, जूट वाला मैच कर नहीं रहा था 4th ऑप्शन, बट कॉटन नहीं होगा तो नहीं होगा, तो 4th मार के फिट हो गया. बट अंडरस्टैंड द क्वेश्चन, एक्सपोर्टेड बोलता है, नॉट प्रोड्यूस्ड. Bengal had a very vibrant port and Bengal was connected to the Asiatic trade as well as intercontinental trade. So whether cotton produced in Punjab or Gujarat or Maharashtra, Sindh, but it was exported through Bengal. Cotton होगा उसमें. सबने गलती की except my student. So that is how the cotton. आपको समझ में आया ये चीज कि exported था वो ऑप्शन. आप सर्च करिएगा, you will find that. So Bengal having the commercial availability of the commercial crop. Second, geographical location of Bengal was such that it participated in Asiatic trade as well as intercontinental trade. साउथ एशिया से कनेक्ट हुआ, श्रीलंका से कनेक्ट हुआ और चाइना से. साउथ चाइना सी में इंटर कर गया. आप जानते हैं 60% ऑफ द वर्ल्ड ट्रेड. बंगाल वाज डीपली कनेक्टेड टू, इट वाज एशियाटिक ट्रेड एज वेल एज इंटरकॉन्टिनेंटल ट्रेड. ओके फाइन. थर्ड इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है, व्हाई बंगाल सो मच फोकस्ड. थर्ड इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है कि इंग्लिश हैड मेनी सेटलमेंट्स इन साउथ ईस्ट एशिया. केवल इंडोनेशिया को छोड़ के. आपने पढ़ा होगा ना कि डच एंड द इंग्लिश फाइनली रीच्ड एन सेटलमेंट कि डच विल टेक केयर ऑफ इंडोनेशिया एंड इंग्लिश विल टेक केयर ऑफ इंडिया आफ्टर बैटल ऑफ एम्बोयाना. सो हियर डच एंड इंग्लिश. सो एक्सेप्ट इंडोनेशिया, entire Southeast Asia, it was taken by English. और उसका कमांड बेस कहां था? बंगाल. So operational base in the entire Southeast Asia was Bengal, and that is the reason why company was more focused on Bengal. राइट। थर्ड पॉइंट क्या है? थर्ड पॉइंट है कि कंपनी हैड मेनी सेटलमेंट्स इन साउथ ईस्ट एशिया। कंपनी हैड मेनी सेटलमेंट्स इन साउथ ईस्ट एशिया। Company had many settlements in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia. It was operated through Bengal. It was operated through Bengal. Bengal had better connectivity with these settlements. Bengal had better connectivity with these settlements. ओके, क्विकली आगे बढ़ते हैं, धीरे धीरे हम लोग समझते हुए इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स पर ये कॉन्सेप्चुअल क्लैरिटी हो जाएगी। तो देखो क्या है कि आफ्टर व्हेन औरंगजेब वाज द रूलर, मुगल हैड वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग सेंट्रलाइज्ड कंट्रोल. Mughal had very strong centralized control everywhere. All the Europeans, they had to work under the guidelines of the Mughal. But after death of Aurangzeb, when Mughal empire disintegrated, that led to the rise of many independent and autonomous states. That means now the equation had changed. Company had all India trading network, and the states became autonomous and independent. So company will dictate the economic terms on the other states. Company का economic network entire India है, and state of the India had become decentralized, disintegrated, and therefore small states. And these small states will deal with the company. Earlier company was dealing with the government. Now these small states will deal with the company. So economic clout of the company would increase. What actually the program made by the company, that in order to first company establish the economic hegemony and then taken the political control gradually, right? Bengal was the perfect example. If you look at the British expansionist policy that had started when company started thinking about transforming itself into political power. First it was captured Bengal and then other states of India. ठीक है, तो मैं क्या बोल रहा हूं कि after disintegration of Mughal Empire, after death of Aurangzeb, disintegration of Mughal Empire, after disintegration of Mughal Empire, company had all India trading and economic network. Company had all India trading and economic network. But political condition in India was highly fragmented. Highly fragmented. Political condition in India was highly fragmented. Therefore, company exercised its economic dominance. Company exercised its economic dominance to grab the political power. Economic dominance to grab the political power. ठीक है, समझ में आया सेंटेंस? हम लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं कि what circumstances that transformed East India Company into British into political power. These are the circumstances which actually taken into all India trading and economic networks, and political condition of India was highly fragmented. Second, capture of Bengal paved the way for formation of British Empire. Paved the way for formation of British Empire. एक सेंटेंस गोल्डन हम लोग समझेंगे एंड नोट करेंगे. आपने पढ़ा बैटल ऑफ प्लासी एंड कैप्चर ऑफ बंगाल. सो बैटल ऑफ प्लासी एंड कैप्चर ऑफ बंगाल in second half of the 18th century, Bengal was a plundered state as well as a sponsoring state. Not sponsored. Sponsored to hai hi. Sponsoring state means exploitation from Bengal was giving opportunity to East India Company to go for further wars in other places. Conquest of India. So it sponsored the formation of British Empire. और दूसरा important point है कि whatever the exploitation coming from Bengal, it was draining to England. Drain of wealth had started from here to draining to England. It was draining in the form of what? Raw material, bullions, raw material, bullions. It created the base for the primary base for industrialization of England. So industrial capital, raw material, it came from India. So Bengal is sponsoring the industrial revolution of England as well. So in second half of 18th century, Bengal was a plundered state. As well as sponsoring state. Bengal was a plundered state as well as sponsoring state. Bengal was a plundered state as well as sponsoring state. Sponsoring state. प्लंडर का मतलब समझे आप. प्लंडर मतलब प्लासी प्लंडर. प्लंडर मतलब बक्सर प्लंडर. Plassey plunder had started drain of wealth. Mirzapur. English opened the mouth, Mirzapur putting the biscuit. Biscuit. There was no biscuit in Bengal. But English always opened the mouth. And that is the reason why Mirzapur was replaced by Mir Qasim. And Mir Qasim, he tried to get in alliance with the Indian powers, resulted in Battle of Buxar. Defeat in the Battle of Buxar, it cleared the doubts of Plassey. Plassey में लगता था हम लोग को नहीं अंपायर ने बेईमानी की है. It was treachery, it was conspiracy. But Battle of Buxar was a real fight between the Western power and the Indian power. And defeat of this alliance was definitely supremacy of the Westerns. So it confirmed the victory at Plassey. Battle of Buxar confirmed the victory at Plassey. Quarter final में भी हारे, semi final में हारे, knockout में भी तो हारे रहे थे. And that is how they confirmed the Battle of Plassey. But Battle of Buxar resulted in Treaty of Allahabad and grant of Diwani. ग्रांट ऑफ दीवानी, ग्रांट ऑफ दीवानी। दीवानी मतलब राइट टू कलेक्ट लैंड रेवेन्यू। So the biggest and consistent source of India was in the pocket of British. So Bengal was a plundered state. Bengal was a plundered state. Biggest consistent source of India, that is land revenue, prosperous source of India, was in the pocket of the British. Bengal का स्पॉन्सरिंग स्टेट में क्या है? एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ ब्रिटिश कॉन्क्वेस्ट, expenditure of British conquest, Anglo-Maratha, Anglo-Mysore, expenditure of British conquest, Anglo-Maratha wars, Anglo-Mysore wars, so expenditure of British conquest. Second, transfer of raw material, transfer of raw material and bullions. Transfer of raw materials and bullions. Bullions मतलब gold and silver. It created the primary requirement for industrial revolution in England. It fulfilled the primary requirement of industrial revolution of England. So Bengal was a sponsoring state. इंडिया में क्या स्पॉन्सर कर रहा है? कैप्चर ऑफ अदर स्टेट्स, एंग्लो मराठा, एंग्लो मैसूर। फाइन, उसका एक्सपेंडिचर कहां से आएगा? गवर्नमेंट तो दे नहीं रही है। सो कंपनी वाज जनरेटिंग हियर, कंपनी वाज यूजिंग हियर। घर से नहीं लगना है, इंडिया से लेना है, इंडिया को कॉन्क्वेस्ट करना है, एंड देन यहां से भेजना है, एंड दैट विल क्रिएट द बेस फॉर द इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन इन इंग्लैंड, जो प्राइमरी रिक्वायरमेंट। फाइन, सो बंगाल वाज सो इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी, एंग्लो मराठा, एंग्लो। अच्छा, अब समझना बच्चे, थोड़ा सा भी अगर आपने एक बार देख लिया होगा ना, तो ये सब चीज समझने में दिक्कत नहीं आएगी। फिर देखो 1757 बैटल ऑफ प्लासी, देन 1765 बैटल ऑफ बक्सर, देन ट्रीटी ऑफ इलाहाबाद। सो 1757 1765 टू इंपॉर्टेंट वाटर स्टेट। अब इसमें क्या था कि आफ्टर 1765 बैटल ऑफ बक्सर, रॉबर्ट क्लाइव, the masterman of the capture of Bengal, he was appointed as governor of Bengal. क्लाइव जब आया था तो he came as a clerk, 40 पाउंड सैलरी थी, एंड क्लर्क became governor। इतना बड़ा प्रमोशन केवल इंग्लैंड में होता है। Here maximum clerk can become head clerk, but now clerk became governor. He was so excellently handling the affairs of the state, affairs of the company, so he was appointed as a governor. Most corrupt person on earth. जब वो वापस गया and the government had made an assessment of his income, it was looking like that his salary was 40,000 per month, pound, rather than 40,000 pound. What type of the his inflated capital accumulation was there? So government was very surprised कि इतना पैसा कमाया कैसे? बोला सर इंडिया है, यहाँ कमा लेते लोग। So that is how. तो क्लाइव, हालांकि बाद में उसने yes, he committed suicide because he faced impeachment, और थोड़ा दिमाग खराब तो ही जाता है अगर अचानक से इतना पैसा आ जाए तो। सो इंडिया में वो क्लाइव का corruption and corruption everywhere. 1765 there was a dual government, and this dual government was managed and started by the Robert Clive, रॉबर्ट क्लाइव ऐसा बोलते हैं कि दिस गवर्नमेंट वाज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट करप्ट गवर्नमेंट इन द वर्ल्ड. डेली देयर वाज अ डिबेट इन द ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट. हो क्या रहा है बंगाल में? Member of the parliaments were sitting. Some members started the question that company is doing ruthlessly in Bengal and it is defaming our democratic values. A private company of England, backup of the government, is creating chaos in Bengal and promoting the corruption. This is defaming our face value of the British democracy. Question उठा तो some members came. बोला एक काम करिए, बंगाल को ब्रिटिश में मिला लीजिए. बंगाल वुड बिकम द पार्ट ऑफ द ब्रिटिश एम्पायर. खाली बंगाल. बट यू नो, इन पार्लियामेंट देयर वाज अ क्रोनी कैपिटलिज्म. मेनी मेंबर्स वेर गेटिंग चॉकलेट टॉफी फ्रॉम कंपनी. ज्यादा. सो दे केम. नहीं, कंपनी इज डूइंग गुड, हैड अ ग्रेट फ्यूचरिस्टिक प्लान. So we must continue company operating in the same ways. Discussion in the parliament. But question तो उठ गया था. Then Prime Minister of England invited the director of company, asked the director of company, come to the office. बोला corruption, this file ऐसे निकाल के दिखा दी. Company was on back foot. So gave assurance, sir, we will do all these things and we have such excellent futuristic plan. Look at the drain that coming from India to England. तो हल्के से बोला मेरा क्या? मेरा मतलब गवर्नमेंट का क्या है इसमें? बोला सर 40,000 pound एनुअल चलेगा. So company agreed to give government 40,000 pound annual as operational fees. So British government became party to this plunder directly. ठीक है, मगर कंपनी की हालत जो थी ना, अपने यहां कॉर्पोरेट है वैसे जैसी थी. हाँ, the employee of company was super rich, but company was in huge debt. ठीक है, तो 40,000 एनुअल बोल दिया. उसके बाद ये भी फाइल लेके गया था. बोला सर लुक एट द एनुअल फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट ऑफ द कंपनी, वी आर अंडर ह्यूज लॉस. प्राइम मिनिस्टर बोला लॉस कैसे है? बोला सर कॉस्ट ऑफ वॉर, कॉस्ट ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर वेरी हैवी. साइलेंस. फिर बोला कि सर लोन मिलेगा? लोन गवर्नमेंट से? बोला हाँ मिलेगा. इतना 1.4 million pound on 4% interest. बोला दिया, but with the condition that British government will interfere in the administrative affairs of the company. And therefore, in 1773, Regulating Act was passed. समझ में आया पूरा डाटा कि how Regulating Act of 1773 was passed. Other than the things, chaos हो गया, conflict था, war, discussion in parliament, but the main reason was the economic thing. Right. बहुत आसान है, आराम से, चूंकि we have only very short span of time to revision mode में, otherwise it's a very fantastic subject to understand. So here the dual government. In 1773, Regulating Act was passed. The Regulating Act was passed because the economic condition of company because the economic condition of company. Regulating Act was passed. Economic condition of the company. Company was in huge debt. Loss. Therefore, company demanded 1.4 million pound. 1.4 million pound. Loan from government. 1.4 million pound loan from government. Government sanctioned it on 4% interest. Government sanctioned it on 4% interest. Interest. With the condition that British government will interfere in the affairs of company. British government will interfere in the affairs of company. So resulted in Regulating Act of 1773. Regulate the activities of East India Company. To regulate the activities of East India Company. ठीक है, और आपको पता ही है सारा प्रोविजन क्या है रेगुलेटिंग एक्ट का, दैट द गवर्नर ऑफ बंगाल बिकेम गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ बंगाल, कोर्ट ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स, कोर्ट ऑफ प्रोप्राइटर्स, ये सब फिक्स हुआ कि क्या क्राइटेरिया होता है कोर्ट ऑफ प्रोप्राइटर्स के लिए, कोर्ट ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स के लिए. सुप्रीम कोर्ट इन इंडिया वाज मेड, सुप्रीम कोर्ट एट कलकत्ता वाज एस्टैब्लिश्ड. तो गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ बंगाल बिकेम गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ बंगाल विद द काउंसिल ऑफ 4 मेंबर्स. याद है ना, with the council of 4 members in the regulating act. So these 4 members will be appointed by British government, and if governor general had to take any action, at least 2 members of the council has to be taken into confidence. So therefore British government was not only interfering but putting check on the governor general of Bengal itself. So regulating act was passed. So here started the British interference in the affairs of company. So from 1773 to 1858, 1773 to 1858, you'll find 60% of India became British India. 60% of India became British India. मतलब British had captured almost all powerful states, and 80% of the powers of the company was in the hands of British government. So there are many acts passed, जैसे Regulating Act पास किया, right? Act of 17 Pitt's India Act पास किया, 1784, 1786, right? 1792, 1813 Charter Act, 1833 Charter Act, 53. So each and every Charter Act, the control of the British government was increasing. Control of the British government was increasing. ठीक है, तो इसीलिए बोलते हैं कि कंपनी स्टार्टेड रूल बट ग्रेजुअली ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट हैड टेकन. तो 1858 में जब रिवोल्ट हुआ तो आपको पता है कि दैट द रूल ऑफ द कंपनी वाज अबॉलिश्ड एंड ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट हैड टेकन कंट्रोल ओवर इट. अब यहां पर एक सेंटेंस समझते हैं, फिर उसको हम एक्सप्लेन कर देंगे आपको आराम से, एकदम रिलैक्स ना, कोई ज्यादा टेंशन तो नहीं है. In 1858, sentence समझना, उसके बाद we'll go for explanation. In 1858, the changes, you know the change? British company was out, British Parliament. The changes. It was not a sudden change, but it was a long drawn policy of British rule in India. Sentence समझना, अचानक से नहीं था कि revolt was so intense, the government sacking and therefore company removed. government takeover. No. It was simply an opportunity. But before 1858, many laws passed by British government which gradually overshadowed the powers of company in India. Sentence क्या है 1858 में, इसको नोट करते हैं पहले and then we try to understand. What I said that after the revolt of 1857, sentence लिखना फिर explain करेंगे. After the revolt of 1857, the changes was not a sudden change, but long drawn policy of British rule in India. Long drawn policy of British rule in India. The changes. एकदम clear observation है. Long drawn policy of British rule in India. पॉलिसी ऑफ कॉन्क्वेस्ट देखना आराम से सारे बच्चे. पॉलिसी ऑफ कॉन्क्वेस्ट एंड पॉलिसी ऑफ कंट्रोल, two things. There are two things. After victorious policy, the policy of conquest and policy of control. Conquest कौन करेगा? Company. Control कौन करेगा? Government. Right? That went parallel. Company keep on expanding, the governmental control also keep on increasing. Right? So, what is the policy of conquest? तो पहले पॉलिसी ऑफ कॉन्क्वेस्ट देख लेते हैं एंड देन विल गो फॉर द पॉलिसी ऑफ कंट्रोल. पॉलिसी ऑफ कॉन्क्वेस्ट. Policy of conquest is control of trade and commerce. Control of trade and commerce. Actually, it started from Farman of 1717. फारूक शेर ने दिया था. Farman of 1717. How company had monopolized the affairs. So, Farman of 1717. Farman of 1717. Control of trade and commerce. And that resulted in capture of Bengal. And I told you, Bengal was a plundered state as well as sponsoring state. So here it will start the conquest and expansion. Conquest and expansion. So Bengal में control of trade and commerce. Then next stage of the policy, आपको पता है when Lord Wellesley came to India as a Governor General, Wellesley was first person who had seen the dream of British paramountcy in India. Wellesley was the first person. So here the next policy was policy of indirect subordination. Policy of indirect subordination. policy of indirect subordination. Policy of indirect subordination. This is called subsidiary alliance. Policy of subsidiary alliance. Introduced by Lord Wellesley. Lord Wellesley. Policy of subsidiary alliance introduced by Lord Wellesley. अगर क्वेश्चन आता है, आपने पढ़ा ही होगा, मैं उसको टच नहीं किया, कि who was the person who first interfered in the affairs of Indian states politically, militarily? Dupleix? Dupleix? The French governor? Yes. तो अगर क्वेश्चन आता है कि the brainchild of the subsidiary alliance policy, तो ये था फ्रेंच गवर्नर डुप्ले. इसने पहली बार मिलिट्री रखी थी हैदराबाद में, राइट? सो ब्रेन चाइल्ड ऑफ द पॉलिसी, बट प्रैक्टिकली इट वाज इंप्लीमेंटेड बाय द इंग्लिश गवर्नर जनरल लॉर्ड वेलेस्ली. और पता है इसका रीजन एक और था कि नेपोलियन ही वाज ट्राइंग टू इन्वेड ओवर इंडिया. So Wellesley wanted to put the military far away from the British territory, so that अगर फ्रांस के साथ वॉर होता है, not on the border of the British, but far away from them. So many states of Sindh was allured by the Wellesley, कि let me put my military there. और यहीं से Wellesley का thought that resulted in the subsidiary alliance treaty. ये क्वेश्चन भी आया था prelims में. You will find the question subsidiary alliance, and there was a one point. It was started because of the fear of Napoleonic invasion over India. This option was correct option. Correct option. So here the policy of indirect subordination and the subsidy. क्या बोल रहे? There are many factors, but one factor was Napoleon. एक तो है that Indian states, they were in the conflict, state of conflict. British wanted to take opportunity by putting the military in the capital. और जब foreign military capital में है, तो आप समझ सकते हैं entire domestic and the foreign policy will be controlled by the British. America in Afghanistan. That is how you can imagine the foreign and domestic. Napoleon का fear भी एक important factor है. Okay. So policy of indirect. Which state was first signed the subsidiary alliance treaty? Is Nizam of Hyderabad. But उसमें आप स्पेक्ट्रम में पढ़ेंगे. हाँ हाँ मैं समझ गया क्वेश्चन. हाँ देखो, आपने पढ़ा ना, कर्नाटक वॉर पढ़ा होगा ना. तो आफ्टर बैटल ऑफ बॉन्डीवॉस एंड देन ट्रीटी ऑफ पेरिस, फ्रांस वाज फिनिश्ड इन इंडिया. सो फ्रांस लॉस्ट अ वेरी पावरफुल कॉलोनी. तो उसके बाद तो फ्रेंच रिवॉल्यूशन का सिस्टम स्टार्ट हो गया. उसके बाद फ्रांस वाज बैडली एंगेज्ड इन द इंटरनल अफेयर. But जब फ्रांस स्टेबल हुआ आफ्टर द रिवॉल्यूशन एंड नेपोलियन बिकेम द फर्स्ट कॉन्सल, तो नेपोलियन वांटेड टू, एक बात है कि इंग्लैंड एंड फ्रांस दे आर फाइटिंग टू ईच अदर फॉर द 100 years. सो नेपोलियन वांटेड टू गेट बैक ऑल द लॉस्ट टेरिटरीज. तो इंडिया तो आना ही था, ठीक है, और इंडिया आना था तो फिर ब्रिटिश के साथ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट होना था. सो सब्सिडियरी अलायंस, द पॉलिसी ऑफ इनडायरेक्ट सबऑर्डिनेशन. थर्ड इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट एक्सपेंशन में है कि पॉलिसी ऑफ डायरेक्ट सबऑर्डिनेशन. डायरेक्ट सबऑर्डिनेशन में क्या होता है? जैसे वॉर्स, कॉन्क्वेस्ट. नेक्स्ट इज थर्ड पॉइंट इज पॉलिसी ऑफ डायरेक्ट सबऑर्डिनेशन, लाइक कैप्चर ऑफ मराठा, like capture of Maratha, पॉलिसी ऑफ डायरेक्ट सबऑर्डिनेशन। मराठा, पंजाब, सिंध, ये सब कैसे कैप्चर किया? पॉलिसी ऑफ वॉर, कॉन्क्वेस्ट, दैट इज कॉल्ड डायरेक्ट सबऑर्डिनेशन, पॉलिसी ऑफ डायरेक्ट सबऑर्डिनेशन। नेक्स्ट है that is called policy of doctrine of lapse. Policy of doctrine of lapse. मराठा, पंजाब, सिंध। अच्छा, मैं अपनी हैंड राइटिंग सुधारता हूँ, रुको। हाँ, मैं पहले बहुत अच्छा लिखता था। Policy of direct, I started on the board when there was a chalk and the pen. उसके बाद आया वो मार्कर आया, हाँ अभी आया, तो हाँ कोविड के। So policy of doctrine of lapse. Doctrine of lapse, you understand? ये जो लॉर्ड वेलेस्ली था, बहुत स्मार्ट आदमी था। He had taken the survey of many Raja and Nawab, and what he found that most of the Raja and Nawab, they don't have their own child. So why they don't have their own child, this is not our business. But Wellesley found that, Wellesley said that if you don't have your own child, legal child, biological child, then a state would be captured by the British. इसको बोलते हैं ना, कभी बोलते हैं धमाका पॉलिसी। So this is the same as the धमाका पॉलिसी, many states of India, राजस्थान से लेकर के महाराष्ट्र, उड़ीसा तक साफ। So that is how the maximum expansion that is created by Lord Wellesley, Lord Dalhousie, and then policy of indirect subordination. इसी का एक पार्ट है, आपको पता है कि एक लेडी थी, द क्वीन ऑफ किट्टूर और रानी चेन्नम्मा, राइट? किट्टूर रिवोल्ट led by Rani Chennamma way back in 1824, and that revolt, because the Rani did not had a quick child, Rani adopted the child. British बोला मैडम ये नहीं चलेगा, adopted है, and that is the reason why the queen came for the revolt. And this is the first thing where the British thought about this policy of doctrine of lapse. So it was not a new policy. It had already initiated way back in 1824 with the Kittur uprising. Kittur uprising. The gallant Rani Chennamma. Policy of doctrine of lapse. Kittur uprising. लॉर्ड डलहौजी। पॉलिसी ऑफ एक्सपेंशन पढ़ रहे हैं हम लोग, लॉर्ड डलहौजी। (1824) किट्टूर अपराइजिंग, रानी चेन्नम्मा। आप लोग फटाफट इसको सर्च करिएगा घर में। इफ आई हैव नॉट रीड दैट सिविल रिवेलियंस, ट्राइबल रिवेलियंस, तो थोड़ा इसको टच कर लीजिएगा आप लोग। सो दिस इज नॉट न्यू पॉलिसी। First state which signed the doctrine of lapse was Satara. उसके बाद है the policy of maladministration, misgovernance, policy of maladministration or misgovernance, like Abad. Abad was annexed on the pretext of misgovernance, maladministration. ठीक है, बट अगर क्वेश्चन में ऑप्शन में आ जाता है कि पॉलिसी ऑफ मिसगवर्नेंस वाज पार्ट ऑफ द डॉक्ट्रिन ऑफ लैप्स, आप बोलिएगा यस, दिस पॉलिसी वाज नॉट इंडिपेंडेंट पॉलिसी बट इट वाज पार्ट ऑफ द पॉलिसी ऑफ डॉक्ट्रिन ऑफ लैप्स। So policy of maladministration, it was part of the doctrine of lapse. So these are the policies which actually led to the 60% of India had turned into British India. ठीक है, ये है पॉलिसी ऑफ एक्सपेंशन, और दूसरा साइड में क्या है, पॉलिसी ऑफ कंट्रोल. सो ब्रिटिश कीप ऑन एक्सपेंडिंग, कंपनी कीप ऑन एक्सपेंडिंग, एंड ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट इन लंदन कीप ऑन इंक्रीजिंग कंट्रोल ओवर इट. ठीक है, ओके है. कीप ऑन अंडरस्टैंडिंग. सिलेबस तो खत्म हो गया है ना मॉडर्न इंडिया का. We have gone through the entire modern India. तो इससे मेरे ख्याल से गैप तो नहीं हो रहा है समझने में. जब भी कुछ सवाल पूछे ना, एकदम साइलेंट हो जाएगा, बिल्कुल ना हाँ बोलना है ना बोलना है, आप ही खुद समझ लो. ठीक है, एंड अकॉर्डिंगली आपको जो डिसाइड करना कर लो. बिल्कुल, आई विल नॉट टेक द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि हमने हाँ बोला था. अच्छा ट्रिक है इंडियंस का. हाँ, whenever there is a crisis in the world, maintain the silence. पूरा वर्ल्ड बोलो, कुछ तो बोलो. मतलब नहीं, हम नहीं बोलते. हाँ हाँ, बस तो ये तो है इसमें. हाँ, तो अगर एक बार भी गोन थ्रू तो देन दिस विल नॉट बी अ प्रॉब्लम हियर. ओके, तो देखो पॉलिसी ऑफ कंट्रोल. और अदरवाइज इफ यू हैव एनी गैप, जैसे क्वेश्चन इसने पूछा तो यू कैन आस्क, तो हम लोग क्लियर करते चले जाएंगे. तो पॉलिसी ऑफ कंट्रोल. एंड पॉलिसी ऑफ कंट्रोल वी हैव सीन द रेगुलेटिंग एक्ट. जबरदस्त एक्ट था रेगुलेटिंग एक्ट. व्हाट सर्कमस्टांसेस दिस रेगुलेटिंग एक्ट वाज पास्ड वी हैव सीन. ओके, यस, कोर्ट ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स. कोर्ट ऑफ डायरेक्टर को क्रिएट किया इंग्लैंड में. 24 कोर्ट ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स वर देयर, जो मॉनिटर करता था इंटायर अफेयर्स ऑफ द कंपनी. Right? Then come the Pitt's India Act. Go through your class notes and then some materials you might have. All the acts एकदम करना है. Randomly मैं आपको बताता हूं. The Pitt's India Act. So Pitt's India Act, the Pitt's India Act जो था, उसमें mostly the control of the British government had increased in the way that board of control was constituted. Board of control was constituted with 6 members. 6 members. Board of control was constituted with 6 members. Highest body to govern company's activities. Highest body to govern company's activities. और दूसरा था कि member in the Governor General's Council. Member in the Governor General's Council, it was reduced to 3 from 4. पहले उसमें 4 थे. Regulating Act में how many members were there in the council? 4. It was reduced to 3. मैंने आपको अभी बताया था कि these members were appointed by British government. These members were appointed by British government. तो इसका मतलब government had a good control over the Governor General, but managing 2 members was not easy for the Governor General. So decision making was very slow. और इसीलिए member was reduced to 3. So why it was reduced to 3? Because in order to make the Governor General's power more decisive. So it was reduced to 3 in order to make the power of Governor General more decisive. More decisive. Power of Governor General more decisive. Power of Governor General more decisive. It was reduced to 3. उसके बाद एक एक्ट आया, दैट इज कॉल्ड एक्ट ऑफ 1786। पता है ये एक्ट जो था, इट वॉज वेरी मच रिलेटेड टू लॉर्ड कॉर्नवालिस। लॉर्ड कॉर्नवालिस, this act was very much related to लॉर्ड कॉर्नवालिस। मैं आपको बताता हूं क्या स्टोरी है। ये जो लॉर्ड कॉर्नवालिस था, he was the commander of British Army in American War of Independence, right? He was fighting against George Washington। हार गया, America became independent। So this loser man of America was proposed to be the Governor General of India, ठीक, गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ बंगाल। तो उसने कंडीशन रखा कि द पोस्ट ऑफ मिलिट्री कमांडर should be included in the hands of Governor General, right? So therefore the government had to make an amendment that not the Governor General of Bengal will have the commander of the military of the English India Company as well, and therefore he became the very powerful personality. So in Act of 1786, the post of military commander, post of military commander was included in Governor General. The post of military commander was included in Governor General. Post of military commander was included in Governor General. जबरदस्ती देख तो क्या है, लूजर मैन ऑफ अमेरिका। ही वांटेड टू डू समथिंग टू प्रूव, इसलिए टीपू सुल्तान के साथ जबरदस्ती वॉर। इट वाज द थर्ड एंग्लो मैसूर वॉर, थर्ड एंग्लो मैसूर वॉर। सो आफ्टर एक्ट ऑफ 1786 वी हैव द थर्ड एंग्लो मैसूर वॉर, which was a forced war on Mysore by Lord Cornwallis। 1790 to 92, it was forced war on Mysore। Forced war on Mysore, जबरदस्ती वॉर किया to subjugate Mysore। Himself led the commander। ठीक है सर, बच्चे स्क्रीन पर देखना, एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग बात बताता हूं, आपकी क्लैरिटी और बढ़ेगी। लुक, दिस इज द स्टेट ऑफ ट्रावनकोर। दिस इज द स्टेट ऑफ ट्रावनकोर। दिस इज मैसूर। ट्रावनकोर, मैसूर, ठीक है। और ये तो मद्रास है, दैट वाज अंडर द कंप्लीट कंट्रोल ऑफ द ब्रिटिश। मद्रास, कर्नाटक, अब यहां पर एक छोटा सा टेरिटरी आपको कार्व करके दिखाते हैं। This is actually, this small area was Cochin। This is Cochin। ठीक है, यहां पर इन कोचिन देयर वाज टू टेरिटरी, जो डच का था, डच का, जलकोटल एंड कैननौर, टू टेरिटरी। इसको ट्रावनकोर ने खरीद लिया टेरिटरी। मैसूर का कहना था कि कोचिन इज अ फ्यूडल स्टेट, तो कोचिन कैन नॉट सेल द टेरिटरी, बट ट्रावनकोर ने बोला पैसा दिया है, आई विल टेक द टेरिटरी। सो दिस वॉर स्टार्टेड बिटवीन मैसूर एंड ट्रावनकोर। और इंग्लिश जबरदस्ती बोला, नहीं बोलते ऐसे कि हाँ इसके साइड से लड़ेंगे, ये मेरी मासी का बेटा है, right? So that is how the English deliberately, Lord Cornwallis came in favor of Travancore and that resulted in war between Mysore and English. This is called Third Anglo-Mysore War. What I said, that it was forced war on Mysore, and that was a plan of the Lord Cornwallis. Himself he commanded the military. Right. This is the level of clarity you should have while talking about why it was a forced war. So Travancore versus Mysore on the issue of the two territories, Jalakotal and Cananore, and that is how it had started. आया समझ में? ऐसा पढ़ा होगा उसमें एंग्लो मैसूर वॉर में. तो थर्ड एंग्लो मैसूर वॉर, देन फोर्थ एंग्लो मैसूर वॉर, इट्स ऑल टुगेदर. ऐसे बोले तो हाँ बोला करो, इससे पता चलता है कि हाँ जैसे बोल रहे कुछ चल रहा है, पता नहीं क्या चल रहा है. इतना इंटरेस्टिंग है. इट इज अ वेरी लॉलीपॉप सब्जेक्ट. लॉलीपॉप सब्जेक्ट है बिल्कुल एकदम. एक बार पॉकेट में आ गया ना, खानदानी हो जाता है. So policy of control. Then the next level is 1813 Charter Act. Another big control. Another big control. Next is that Charter Act. Charter Act of 1813. Charter Act of 1813 में क्या देखते हैं? देखो, this is the time when industrial revolution of England entered in the phase of production. ठीक है? There were many companies involved in industrial revolution. So these companies started putting pressure on government to amend the charter which gave monopoly to East India Company. ठीक है? उसने बोलते कि हमको भी इंडिया को एक्सप्लॉइट करने का मौका मिलना चाहिए. Right? There were many colonies in the world, but India was a classic British colony. What is the difference between colony and the classic colony? Colony, you have to exploit, and classic colony, ready to be exploited. So India was a classic British colony, right? And that is how this is a fascination for the many companies to come to India. So promoted the government, asked the government to amend the charter so that they will have a raw material from India, they would have a market from foreign. तो ये सब चल रहा था तरीके से. This region से चार्टर एक्ट है. और एडम स्मिथ, he gave the policy of laissez-faire, free trade, state should not interfere. This is a very important economic philosophy at that time. So therefore government in 1813 decided to amend the charter. Monopoly of East India Company was abolished. 1600 की monopoly. Now after 200 years later, the charter of company was amended and the monopoly of East India Company was abolished. But monopoly continued in, इसमें क्या था? First point क्या था? Monopoly of East India Company was abolished. But company retained monopoly of China, monopoly of China trade and tea trade. Trade with China and trade in tea continued. टी ट्रेड एंड चाइना ट्रेड. चाइना के साथ ट्रेड क्यों? देखो, चाइना वॉज ह्यूज कंट्री, बट एट द सेम टाइम वेरी कंजर्वेटिव, क्लोज्ड. They don't allow to see foreigners inside and they don't even see outside. Very closed. आप देखें चाइनीज बात बात में दीवार बना देता था. So that's a very close country. Very close. तो साउथ चाइना सी में there were only two ports opened for the foreign traders. एक था Canton and second was Macau. All the ports was closed. Chinese, they sell crockery and silk, They open the window, they give crockery and silk, take the bullions. But company, English company, जब तक बेचेगा नहीं तो प्रॉफिट कैसे होगा? Wanted to sell something in China. Asked Chinese, कुछ खरीद भी लिया करो कभी, right? Purchase something. Chinese बोला नहीं नहीं हम लोग बाहर का नहीं खाते. So yes, right. So we have our own dim sum. So we don't take outside. But यहाँ पर ओपीएम बहुत होता था इंडिया में. When the Chinese open the window, they throw the opium. Chinese became habitual of eating the opium. Manchu dynasty of China warred company कि उल्टा सीधा चीज मत फेंका करो तुम लोग. Many times warred, but ignored the warning, resulted in opium wars. Right. तो ये जो 1813 का चार्टर एक्ट था, why it was given monopoly of trade in China? Because government was thinking that company will do the same thing in China the way company did in India. Colonize कर ले. But after the Opium War, when company defeated China and company entered in China, Hong Kong को भी छीन लिया. ठीक है. But Manchu dynasty was very smart. जब English went inside China, घर जाके बुलाया सारे यूरोपियंस को, अमेरिकन्स को, तुम भी आओ, तुम भी आओ. Russians, Germans, French, Americans, all came so that English would not have monopoly kind of thing to colonize the way company did in India. So these Europeans entered in China और उसके बाद उसने चाइना को आपस में बांट लिया. In order to avoid the conflict of trade, they divided the sphere of influence in China. ये यहाँ फ्रेंच करेगा, यहाँ पर इंग्लिश करेगा. So they have divided the trading zones. इसको बोलते हैं चाइना was cut like watermelon. खरबूजे की तरह बांटा था चाइना. जब ये सब एंट्री कर लिया, अब छोटे छोटे पामेरियन एंट्री करते तो बुलडॉग आता है धीरे धीरे. अमेरिकन स्कैम. जब ब्रिटेन गया तो अमेरिकन आए. And Americans are very particular towards the citizen. So American entered in China for trade and with extraterritorial right. Extraterritorial right का मतलब होता है if American citizen will commit any crime in China, will not face trial in China but in American court of law. Americans are very particular about the citizen. मर्डर करेगा चाइना में, पनिशमेंट और ट्रायल होगा इसका अमेरिकन. ठीक है, यहां से हम ले जाएंगे उसको. तो दैट इज हाउ इट इज कॉल्ड एक्स्ट्रा टेरिटोरियल राइट. सो इट्स चाइना हैड टोटली मोनोपोलाइज्ड द वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज. तो इसीलिए 1833 के चार्टर एक्ट में व्हेन गवर्नमेंट थॉट दैट कंपनी वुड नॉट एबल टू मोनोपोलाइज चाइना, देयरफॉर कंप्लीट एबॉलिशन ऑफ मोनोपोली. पढ़ा है ना 1833 चार्टर एक्ट में कंप्लीट एबॉलिशन ऑफ मोनोपोली. सो दिस इज हाउ यू कैन रिलेट द 1813 चार्टर एक्ट वर्सेस 1833 चार्टर. उसी टाइम फर्स्ट ओपियम वॉर के बाद ही तो है. हांगकांग बिकेम अंडर द ब्रिटिश रूल. अब 200 साल तक कोई ब्रिटिश के रूल में रहेगा, उसका पॉलिटिकल कल्चर चेंज हो जाएगा. The China had developed as a communist country, and Hong Kong under the British had a very high democratic temperament. But technically, Hong Kong is a part of China. So the people of Hong Kong they resisted. हाँ, इसलिए तो वहां पर arrangement है ना, one nation two arrangement, right? One nation two arrangement. वही फॉर्मूला ताइवान के लिए सोच रहे. So this is how two nation monopoly of Indian company was imposed. दूसरा इसका इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है क्रिश्चियन मिशनरीज वाज परमिटेड. Christian missionaries was permitted officially. Christian missionaries was permitted officially. Christian missionaries was permitted officially. Third है 1 lakh rupees education budget. 1 lakh rupees education budget. So this is a 3 important points of Charter Act of 1813. 3 important points of Charter Act of 1813. Or every Charter Act was only for 20 years. After 20 years, there will be revision of the charter. The next Charter Act will come in 1833. और 1833 के चार्टर एक्ट में मैंने अभी क्या बताया, व्हाट सर्कमस्टांसेस, दैट इज कंप्लीट एबॉलिशन ऑफ मोनोपोली. कंप्लीट एबॉलिशन. टी ट्रेड एंड चाइना ट्रेड सब खत्म. कंपनी इज लाइक नॉर्मल कंपनी. कंप्लीट एबॉलिशन ऑफ मोनोपोली ऑफ ट्रेड. और आपको उसमें याद होगा कि जो गवर्नर ऑफ बंगाल है बिकेम गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ इंडिया. व्हाई? बिकॉज गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ बंगाल गॉट द लॉ मेकिंग पावर्स. So therefore he should be called as a governor general of India. Lord William Bentinck. So governor of Bengal became governor general of Bengal became governor general of India. Governor general of India. आपको याद है रेगुलेटिंग एक्ट में बनाया था ना बोले वॉरेन हेस्टिंग्स को गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ बंगाल, याद है ना. तो उसको पावर दिया था तीन पावर्स. इससे समझना पड़ेगा इसको. देखो दिस इज बॉम्बे, दिस इज मद्रास एंड दिस इज बंगाल. Here we have governor, and now here we have a governor general. ठीक है, एक आदमी को रिस्पॉन्सिबल बनाओ. So governor general Warren Hastings, he was a governor general of Bengal. But this governor general had, no, he's a boss in India, but he had only 3 powers. War, समझा रहा हूं, पहले लिखो. Peace treaty and land revenue. मतलब यह है कि if these 2 governors will declare war against any Indian state, approval required. Concluded peace treaty, approval required. Or change in the land revenue, approval required. So only 3 powers this governor general had. Or law making power was in the hands of governors. अभी क्या हो गया 1833 में, this governor general also got law making power, and therefore this governor general should be called governor general of India, right? And that's clear. Law making power, कानून बना सकता है. So Lord William Bentinck was the first governor general of India. Lord William Bentinck, he is Governor General of India. So लॉ मेकिंग पावर दे. और जब लॉ मेकिंग पावर दे दिया तो फिर लॉ बनाएगा. इफ विल मेक द लॉ, सिंपली इसका मतलब क्या है, देयर शुड बी ए लीगल असिस्टेंस. सो 1 more member would be added in the council, law expert, and he was Macaulay. Lord Macaulay was added in the council as a law member. पहले 4 था, फिर घट के 3 हो गया. Now it became again 4. So Lord Macaulay became the another member in the council to assist Governor General in framing the laws. ठीक है, जब भी पढ़े ना एक एक चीज की क्लैरिटी होनी चाहिए बिल्कुल. राइट, अदरवाइज इफ यू फोर्सफुली ट्राई टू रिमेंबर, यूजलेस है, वो काम नहीं देगा। एग्जामिनेशन में तो ऐसे भी दिमाग हाफ रहता है, एंड ऊपर से फोर्सफुल थिंग विल नॉट। दिमाग कभी भी फोर्सफुली इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं होता, इसकी एडेप्टेबिलिटी होती। बहुत क्लोज फ्रेंड थे, स्कूटी टाइप फ्रेंड, शाम को दोनों निकलते थे स्कूटी पर। इज अ वेरी क्लोज फ्रेंड। यस यस श्योर। अभी मैं बताऊंगा उसका रीजन क्या है, मैं आपको बताऊंगा ना जब एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, देन विल कम टू नो दैट हाउ क्लोज ही वाज, हाउ ट्रस्टेड पर्सन ही वाज। हाँ, इतना बड़ा एग्जाम्पल हम नहीं सोचे अभी तक। केवल एक ही कंट्री ने इंग्लिश से ज्यादा टी किया था ट्रेड, वो था डेनिश कंपनी, ठीक है। but tea was entirely supplied from India all over the American continents and the Europe. तो गवर्नमेंट का भी स्टेक प्रॉपर है, कंपनी को भी दिया। बाद में तो केनिया भी आ गया, श्रीलंका भी आ गया, तो फिर कंपटीशन बढ़ गया, बट दैट टाइम इंडिया वाज द ओनली सप्लायर एट। जितने भी टी स्टेट थे सब ब्रिटिश के ही तो थे। तो चार्टर एक्ट ऑफ 1853 चार्टर एक्ट में, 1853 चार्टर एक्ट में वो जो मैंने बोला, देखना इसको, देखना बच्चे, और कुछ बस तो नहीं है गिराने के लिए। जैसे नर्सरी में क्लास में बैठते थे, कभी पेंसिल गिर गया, कभी लंच बॉक्स गिर गया, कभी बैग गिर गया, कभी बच्चा खुद भी गिर जाता था। तो ये देखो, ये गवर्नर ऑफ बंगाल है, ये गवर्नर ऑफ मद्रास, एंड दिस इज गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ इंडिया। 1833 गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ इंडिया। बट बच्चे, ये गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ इंडिया है, बट एट द सेम टाइम ही इज गवर्नर ऑफ बंगाल ऑल्सो। So he is in the dual role, governor of Bengal as well as governor general of India. So in Charter of 1853, separate appointment of the governor of Bengal, right? तो अब हो गया 3 governors and 1 governor general, and now he is the real boss. अब ये तीनों गवर्नर उसको रिपोर्ट करेगा। So Lord Dalhousie, he became the real governor general of India. Real governor general of India. So means of control was massive. Means of control was massive. हम लोग, मैंने क्या सोचा है when I was entering here in the class, that we have the 4 days time, no? So I wanted to give 1 day before 1857, right? And then next 3 days will intensively in the post 1857, right? Rise of nationalism, Indian national movement, divide and rule, and then mass movement of Gandhi. We will give more time to it so that we can have the entire syllabus under observation. थोड़ा बहुत कुछ समझ जाएंगे, और हाई डिग्री ऑफ कॉन्सेप्चुअल क्लैरिटी भी होगा। We'll keep on explaining everything, how to connect the dots. और ये जो पैनोरामिक व्यू बनेगा ना, it will help you in understanding the entire modern India. अगर दोबारा पढ़ेंगे आपको तो फिर दिक्कत नहीं आएगी। So गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ बंगाल, वैसे भी इसका सेशन का नाम क्वालिटी एनरिचमेंट प्रोग्राम है ना ये। So we must have some qualitative facts before putting into. So गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ बंगाल, लॉर्ड डलहौजी is the real governor general of India. आईसीएस का ये पोस्ट बना था डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर एंड डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज। लॉर्ड कॉर्नवालिस, he is the father of Indian civil services. He was the first person who created the post of DC and DJ way back 1790s. उसमें जो कलेक्टर वर्ड है, it was coined by Lord Cornwallis because he was revenue collector. But क्या सॉलिड वर्ड क्वाइन किया था। इवन टुडे वी कॉल, क्या बनना चाह रहे, कलेक्टर। बट एवरीथिंग ऑफ दिस पोस्ट हैड चेंज्ड बट कलेक्टर। 1790s में कलेक्टर की सैलरी होती थी 1500 रुपीज पर मंथ, प्लस कमीशन ऑफ 1%, जितना रेवेन्यू कलेक्ट किया उसका 1% कमीशन। कमीशन बाय बर्थ है कलेक्टर का, so 1% कमीशन। हाई सैलरी 1500 रुपीज पर मंथ, इफ यू कैलकुलेट टूडे इट विल गो इन मिलियन। मेरी एक स्टूडेंट मेरे ही डिस्ट्रिक्ट में डीएम बनी, अभी जस्ट रिसेंट है, एकदम न्यूली अपॉइंटेड है, फर्स्ट अपॉइंटमेंट आया। तो सी इमीडिएटली रैंक मी, मुझे पता भी नहीं था, याद नहीं रहता उतना, बट सी सर्च ऑन हम, सर आप ही के डिस्ट्रिक्ट में। सरप्राइज, शी इनवाइटेड हर, आई वेंट टू हर ऑफिस, यू कैन सी ऑन द सोशल मीडिया दैट विल, काफी वहां पर काफी अच्छा उसने सारे एसडीएम वगैरह को बुलाया, इट्स अ गुड फैसिलिटेशन टाइप ऑफ थिंग। बट जब इनफॉर्मल टॉक हो रहा था, देन सी नरेटेड हर एक्स्ट्रॉर्डिनरी पेन। बोला क्या सैलरी मिलता है सर? 70-75 हजार मिलता है। मैं बोला कि कॉर्नवालिस ने जो बताया था कि इफ यू गिव वेरी हाई सैलरी टू द हाई ऑफिसर्स, इट विल हेल्प, इट विल अवॉइड इन गेटिंग द करप्शन। ठीक है, इसीलिए दिया था उसने हाई सैलरी के इन ऑर्डर टू अवॉइड द करप्शन। बट मेरे ख्याल से कॉर्नवालिस बहुत गलत था, यहां तो हाई सैलरी हाई करप्शन में, टोटली रिवर्स। सो 1500 रुपीज पर मंथ, उस हिसाब से मिलियन में होना चाहिए, बट दे आर गेटिंग सैलरी लेस देन लैक्स। बट आईएएस का पोस्ट कोई सैलरी के लिए तो नहीं ना ज्वाइन करता, आपको तो पता ही है that what actually intention is that you must exercise your best brain and energy for nation building process. You are a distinct citizen in waiting, not like others, because job you are looking for is a job of problem solver. 135 crore population will create the problem and you have to solve the problem. ठीक है, तो आप ये मत वहां पर क्रांतिकारी की ये समस्या वो समस्या नहीं, पॉलिटिशियन विल क्रिएट, योर कंट्रीमैन विल क्रिएट, और आपको सॉल्व करते रहना पूरे लाइफ जब तक रिटायर नहीं कर। दिस इज पर्पस फॉर विच यू आर एस्पायरिंग। सो जॉब यू आर वेटिंग फॉर इज अ जॉब ऑफ प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर। ठीक है, ये नहीं कर सकते कि तुमने प्रॉब्लम क्यों किया, प्रॉब्लम कर दिया, ठीक है हट जाओ, मैं टेकता हूं। This is how the country runs by this steel pillar. So Cornwallis had created it. It was a backbone of the company's rule in India. But जब Cornwallis ने बनाया था कि initially there was no proper method who will get appointed as a district collector and district judge. It was board of directors, a court of directors. इसके दूसरे लैंग्वेज में बोलते हैं चाचा विधायक, राइट? बोलते ना, लिखा रहता चाचा विधायक, मीन्स चाचा इज एमएलए, एंड देयर आफ्टर हो ही जाएगा साइड से, नो प्रॉपर मेथड। बट लॉर्ड डलहौजी, he created the process of examination, competitive examination to be appointed, and now it had become an ICS. Examination इंग्लैंड में होगा, Indians will go to appear in examination but had to go to England. Examination start हुआ तो कोचिंग भी स्टार्ट हुआ सेम डे। कोचिंग का भी हिस्ट्री इज एसोसिएटेड विथ हिस्ट्री ऑफ आईसीएस। ठीक है, और यहीं से आपके लाइफ का प्रॉब्लम स्टार्ट हुआ। 1853 चार्टर एक्ट दैट कॉम्पिटिटिव सिस्टम हैड स्टार्टेड टू बी अपॉइंटेड फर्स्ट आईसीएस। और जब एग्जाम स्टार्ट हुआ 1853 से 2 decades, hardly you will find any Indian in the list. केवल 4 लोग पास किए 20 साल में, सत्येंद्रनाथ टैगोर, लाल बिहारी गुप्ता, आरसी दत्त एंड सुरेंद्रनाथ बनर्जी, only 4, and surprisingly all 4 were Bengalis. इंडिया में पढ़ा लिखा मतलब ओनली बंगाली, रेस्ट पढ़ता लिखता नहीं था। बंगालियों को देखता, पढ़ लिया ना, ठीक है देश चलाना। सो दिस 4 ICS, post of ICS. This is means of control. The way the British government was trying to control the affairs of company with this post, like government, central government control the state management with this post, IS IPS तो central agent है, continued. So this is called mechanism of control. तो हम लोगों ने अभी पढ़ा कि इन 100 years ऑफ द कंपनीज रूल देयर वाज पॉलिसी ऑफ एक्सपेंशन एंड देन पॉलिसी ऑफ कंट्रोल, बट ये कंट्रोल वाज अ मैक्सिमम कंट्रोल। और इसीलिए मैंने वर्ड अभी यूज किया है थोड़ी देर पहले कि 1858 it was not a sudden change but it was long drawn policy of British rule in India. Long drawn policy मतलब various acts, control keep on increasing and revolt तो opportunity था, company was replaced and British parliament had taken control. ठीक है, क्लियर है ना सर? कर लेंगे, सारा रिवाइज कर लेंगे। तो we will continue our things welded here 1757 to 1857, इसी बीच में रहती, इसी में रहती। Another big topic where we have plenty of questions coming in the form of the facts and the concept is the socio-religious reform movement, which we call is a 19th century renaissance. ये भी आपको बहुत परेशान करता है, आई नो द मेनी ऑफ यू व्हेन ओपन बुक्स थोड़ा सा लगता है कि कैसे याद होगा और क्या कॉम्प्लेक्सिटीज है। कुछ भी नहीं है, इट्स अ वेरी सिंपल कॉम्प्लेक्स। फटाफट थोड़ा सा ज्यादा नोट करेंगे इसमें, ठीक है ना? तो देखो द 19th century renaissance, we have the socio-religious reform movement. Socio-religious reform movement. 19th century Renaissance, we have the socio-religious reform movement. Reformation, revivalism, and status quoism. Reformation, revivalism, and status quoism. Reformation का मतलब होता है कि whatever you have, you can continue something, but whatever new you can learn, you can adopt it. इसको बोलते हैं हम लोग reformation, right? What is good in your society, you continue. What is good in others, you must take. Reformation. दूसरा बोलता है कि नहीं, nothing to learn from others, but our ancient thing was very past, revival of the past, right? जैसे बोलते हैं कि the Vedic civilization was the ideal civilization, so therefore we back to Vedas, revivalism. और थर्ड होता है no change, हाँ no change, status quo. Indians are generally status quoist. जैसे देखा ना आपने क्लास में, आप फर्स्ट डे जिस चेयर पर बैठ जाते हैं, राइट, यू वांट टू सिट एवरी डे ऑन दैट सेम चेयर, स्टेटस क्विस्ट है बिल्कुल। अगर आपने देखा कि ही इज सिटिंग हियर एंड सम अदर पर्सन हैड सिट हियर एंड ही एंटर्ड इन द रूम, देखते ही इसको ऐसी फीलिंग आती है जैसे किसी ने जमीन पर कब्जा कर लिया। that is how the Indians are generally status quoist, means no change, neither accepting the new ideas nor rejecting the present thing. एकदम जैसा है वैसा बनाए रखिए। सती सिस्टम, it is part of one society, you must maintain. Child marriage, part of culture of one society, you must maintain. You are trying to change it, you are trying to impose Christianity in India, westernization in India, no change. Changelessness is called status quo. So there are three major trends of the socio-religious reform movement. So first trend, it was represented mostly, आप देखेंगे in Hindu reform movement, राजा राम मोहन राय. Mr. Rai, राजा राम मोहन राय. हाँ, होता है, वो तो अच्छी बात है कि कुछ इंसिडेंट्स गौतम बुद्धा को भी दे करके आया था, राइट। बट राजा राम मोहन राय, ही वॉज एन एक्सेलेंट रिफॉर्मर। अभी बात करते हैं इन पर, मैं और थोड़ा सा इसको बैकग्राउंड में लेता हूं। इन 1772 ही बॉर्न। तो मतलब व्हेन regulating act was passed and Bengal became a presidency, so he was only 1 year baby, Raja Ram Mohan Rai, only 1 year, but he was a genius baby. He studied many languages, but his focus was only the religious learning. He studied many religious texts of different religion, and then he found it is divine monotheism. Different gods of various religious sects is one. Divine monotheism. समझना, ये मोनोथिज्म बोलता है कि डिफरेंट रिलीजियस गॉड ऑफ द डिफरेंट रिलीजन इज वन। वैदिक रिलीजन क्या बोलता है? हेनोथेज्म। इसका मतलब होता है गॉड इज वन बट प्रेजेंट इन मेनी फॉर्म्स। डिफरेंस समझ में आया? हेनोथेज्म बोलता है गॉड इज वन बट प्रेजेंट इन मेनी फॉर्म्स। वहां भी गॉड वन का ही कॉन्सेप्ट, बट प्रेजेंट इन मेनी फॉर्म्स। और ये बोलता है कि डिफरेंट गॉड्स इज एक्चुअली वन, मोनोथेइस्टिक। सो ही वाज अ मोनोथेइस्टिक, हिज डॉक्ट्रिन वाज मोनोथेइस्टिक। मिस्टर राय he believed in monotheistic doctrine. He established Atmiya Sabha to Atmiya Sabha to propagate the monotheism. To propagate the monotheism. Different religion had a god, but these gods are not different gods, it's a one. समझ गया ना? डिफरेंट गॉड्स। जैसे आप में गॉड का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, जो इस्लाम में गॉड का कॉन्सेप्ट है, दे आर नॉट डिफरेंट, दे आर वन। इसको मोनोथेइस्टिक बोलते हैं। तो राजा राम मोहन राय 1815 he established the Atmiya Sabha to propagate the message of monotheism. कुछ बुक्स के नाम मैं लिखता हूं और आप उसको याद कर लीजिएगा, चाहे जैसे भी हो। जैसे he was pioneer of journalism. He was pioneer of journalism. He published संवाद कौमुदी, and संवाद कौमुदी and Mirat ul Akhbar. This is weekly in Bengali and in Persian. Mirat ul Akhbar. These two newspaper was published by Akhbar, AKH. So Mirat ul Akhbar. संवाद कौमुदी and Miratul Akhbar. These two acts was made by. ये मैं अभी है ना, मैंने अभी रखा है ना, श्योर। So Miratul Akhbar and Sambad Kaumadi. This is a weekly in Bengali and Persian. He wrote many books. Many books. First है Precepts of Jesus. Jesus. A guide to peace and happiness. Precepts of Jesus, a guide to peace and happiness. Persian. Samad Kaumudi जो था, that was in Bengali, और जो मिरातुल अखबार है, that is in Persian. दोनों वीकली है, वीकली न्यूज़पेपर. हाँ, बता रहे हैं कि दिस इज अ गाइड टू पीस एंड हैप्पीनेस. तो Precepts of Jesus. This is a newspaper in Bengali. This is newspaper in Persian, and both are weekly newspaper. और यह है many books. Precepts of Jesus, a guide to peace and happiness. और दूसरा है तुहफात उल मुहावदीन. तुहफात उल मुहावदीन. और करो आइए इसका तैयारी. तुहफात उल मुहावदीन. ये फारसी में है, पर्शियन में है. इसका मतलब होता है अ गिफ्ट टू मोनोथिस्ट. गिफ्ट टू मोनोथिस्ट. गिफ्ट टू मोनोथिस्ट. तो फात उल मुहावदीन, अ गिफ्ट टू मोनोथिस्ट. तो बहुत शानदार जीनियस आदमी था, बहुत शानदार शानदार किताबें लिखते थे, इंग्लिश में, पर्शियन में. सो ही स्टडीड मेनी लैंग्वेज. आप समझ सकते हैं हाउ मेनी लैंग्वेजेज ही लर्न. एंड यहाँ तो थोड़ा हिंदी बोलते, थोड़ा इंग्लिश बोलते. अगर गलती से मराठी पंजाबी बोल लिया तो अपने आप को लिंग्विस्टिक साइंटिस्ट समझने लगे. बट so you can understand how modern he was. So, but he studied so many languages. So, तोहफात याद रह जाएगा, बहुत डिफिकल्ट नहीं है. इवन यू कैन हैव द मिलियंस ऑफ द फैक्ट्स इनसाइड, अगर इंटरेस्ट के साथ आया हो बात. अदरवाइज जबरदस्ती तो ब्रेन कभी रिसीव नहीं कर सकता, कभी नहीं किया. मेमोरी इज द ओनली थिंग विच कैन नॉट बी फोर्स्ड. वो एडेप्टिव ही होता है हमेशा हमेशा. नो, बट उसकी कोई लिमिटेशंस भी नहीं. crores of the things you can remember. So तुहफात उल मुहावदीन. अब थोड़ा एक चीज आपसे बात करते हैं हम कि राजा मोहन राय is rightly called as a father of modern India. Why? His social understanding, his economic understanding, his political understanding. तो जरा सोशल अंडरस्टैंडिंग पर देखो क्या बोलते हैं ये. उनका कहना था कि यू मस्ट गो फॉर सिंथेसिस ऑफ द इंडियन एंड द वेस्टर्न कल्चर. हिज इमेजिनेशन ऑफ इंडिया वाज सिंथेसिस ऑफ इंडियन एंड द वेस्टर्न कल्चर. ठीक है. ही वांटेड टू हैव साइंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट अमंग द इंडियंस. एनीथिंग यू एक्सेप्ट ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ रीजन. कोई भी कॉज होना चाहिए. हिंदी में बोलते हैं आपको जानना है, आपको मानना नहीं है. यू शुड नो दिस इज योर प्राइम. यू मस्ट नॉट एक्सेप्ट. मानने की बात नहीं, आपको जानना है. दुनिया में बुद्ध ने जाना, बुद्ध बने. कबीर ने जाना, कबीर बने. नानक ने जाना था नानक, बिकॉज ही ट्राई टू नो द थिंग, और बाकी लोगों ने एक्सेप्ट किया था, हम लोग एक्सेप्ट करते पढ़ाने। So that is how आपको जानना, आपको मानना नहीं है। So here Raja Ram Mohan Rai, he said you must have the scientific temperament among the Indians. Scientific temperament among the Indians. Synthesis of religion. Synthesis of religion. He rejected infallibility of Vedas. Infallibility of Vedas. He rejected infallibility of Vedas. इसका मतलब समझे आप क्या कहना चाह रहे कि it's not like that there is nothing wrong in the Vedas. So Vedas are not infallible. So he rejected the infallibility of Vedas. Infallibility of Vedas, rejected the infallibility of Vedas. Then next बोलते हैं, he considered Upanishad. Therefore, he believed in Vedanta philosophy. Vedanta. Oh, he accepted Upanishad. Therefore, he believed in Vedanta. Whether it is the Raja Ram Mohan Rai, whether it is a Dayanand Saraswati, whether it is a Vivekanand, all believed in the Vedanta doctrine. Consider Upanishad as full scientific philosophy. उपनिषद को ही वेदांत बोलते हैं, बिकॉज इट इज एंड ऑफ द वेदास। नहीं, आपने पढ़ा होगा ना, वेद में देर आर फोर वैदिक लिटरेचर, वेद, ब्राह्मण, अरण्यक, उपनिषद। तो उपनिषद इज द एंड ऑफ द वेदास, इसीलिए उसको वेदांत बोलते हैं। फिलोसफिकल इंटरप्रिटेशन है, विच इज अ साइंटिफिक फिलोसफी, इसलिए इसको वेदांत बोलते हैं। वेद का लास्ट मतलब वेदांत, एंड ऑफ द वेदास। सो उपनिषद इज वेदांत, ही बिलीव इन। पुराण के बारे में बड़े खतरनाक विचार। पुराण, he rejected पुराण, he said पुराण is full of falsehood। इसने मिस्टिसिज्म क्रिएट किया सोसाइटी में। एनीथिंग विच यू कैन नॉट एक्सप्लेन, सुपरनेचुरल गॉड, भूत आ गया था, राइट। सो देयरफॉर योर थॉट स्टॉप हियर। This is the reason why he said if Indians hampered the scientific temperament because of the Quran. So बोला बेकार है, झूठ का पलंदा है। So rejected Quran, Ved, Quran, Upanishad. He rejected the infallibility of Vedas, but not the Vedas. Right. Second, he accepted Upanishad, and third, he rejected completely Quran. Quran is full of falsehood. This is his thought about the religious scripture. We are talking about the social thought. He opposed all evils, child marriage, polygamy, caste system. But his crusade was against sati. Raja Ram Mohan Rai, he started the crusade against sati. In 1829, Lord William Bentinck passed Regulation 17. Lord William Bentinck passed Regulation 17, and sati was declared illegal. Sati was declared illegal. Lord William Bentinck passed Regulation 17, and sati was declared illegal. अगर ऑप्शन में रहता है कि इनिशियली इट वाज इंप्लीमेंटेड इन बंगाल एंड लेटर ऑन इन अदर प्रेसिडेंसीज, तो ऑप्शन करेक्ट होगा। अब क्यों होगा करेक्ट ऑप्शन बताएं, आप थोड़ा सा अप्लाई करते तो फिर आ जाता दिमाग में। 1829 लॉर्ड विलियम बेंटिक वाज गवर्नर जनरल ऑफ बंगाल। He did not have the law making power. When he will get the law making power? 1833, right? Lord William Bentinck was first Governor General of India, and then he will make that. So, if option will come that initially it was implemented in Bengal, later on in other presidencies. So, Regulation 17 was passed. Initially, it was implemented in Bengal, later on some other presidency. Okay, so William Bentinck. अब देखना what is called untouchability. The point is very untouchability. Lord William Bentinck is the Governor General. Raja Ram Mohan Rai continuously opposed him. He opposed rituals, idol worship, ritual, create the issue of purity and impurity. जब रिचुअल करते हैं ना, ये छूना है नहीं छूना है, purity and impurity. Idol worship make the ritual perfect. So this purity and impurity will come in the society. It will create the concept of untouchability. So untouchability, he found that why untouchability started in India, because of these rituals and the idol worship. He considered it as a primary reason for the rise of untouchability, because concept of purity and impurity. So he opposed it. He opposed these two things. So no child marriage, no polygamy, no caste system, no ritual, no idol worship, no untouchability, no sati. So his imagination was very modern. Social thought of Raja Ram Mohan Rai. जरा economic thought पर आते हैं. What is the economic thought of Raja Ram Mohan Rai? He said, Industrial Revolution of India. Industrial Revolution of India. Like England, जैसा इंग्लैंड में इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन हुआ वैसा इंडिया में होना चाहिए. He said there should be industrial revolution in India. He wanted establishment of heavy industries. Establishment of heavy industries. Establishment of heavy industries. धीरे धीरे it will go down. Impact of industrialization. Rural empowerment by above. So his reform is called from above. From above. His reform is called from above. Heavy industries. Nehru ji also think in the same way. Nehru ji, second 5-year plan, third 5-year plan, he gave emphasis on industrialization. If Raja Ram Mohan Rai is father of modern India, Nehru should be rightly called as architect of modern India. Mains में तो आ सकता है, but doubt है कि आएगा. That is God. But in this way you can ज़्यादा पॉलिटिकल क्वेश्चंस नहीं टच करते यूपीएससी में, बट ही इज एक्चुअली in the continuity of the same line. Rajaram, heavy industries, industrial revolution. He demanded import duty on British cloth. Demanded import duty on British cloth. इंग्लैंड से जो क्लॉथ आता है उस पर इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी लगाएंगे तो डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री बढ़ेगा. इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी ऑन ब्रिटिश क्लॉथ. ही डिमांडेड प्रॉपर्टी राइट टू वुमेन. प्रॉपर्टी राइट टू वुमेन. ही डिमांडेड प्रॉपर्टी राइट टू वुमेन. Property right to women. So, he wanted to make India economically self-reliant. So, this led to the rise of economic nationalism in India. This led to the rise of economic nationalism in India. Led to the rise of economic nationalism in India. आएगा क्यों नहीं आएगा. इकोनॉमिक नेशनलिज्म इसी को कंटिन्यू किया दादा भाई नौरोजी, आरसी दत्त, गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले. They are the economic nationalists. Highlighted the issue of drain of wealth. So, economic nationalism. Then, political thought. He was inspired by French Revolution. He was inspired by French Revolution. He was inspired by the philosophy of Montesquieu and Voltaire. Montesquieu and Voltaire. Montesquieu said, separation of powers. The founding pillar of democracy, separation of powers between executive, judiciary, and legislature. Montesquieu and Voltaire. He wanted institutional development in India, constitutional development in India, rule of law. These are the words he used for the political demand. So, French Revolution, inspired by Montesquieu and Voltaire. Voltaire जो ना था बच्चे, इसके thought उतने democratic नहीं थे. He believed in monarchy. But Voltaire was against the interference of church in the affairs of state. So, he advocated the secular state. Secular state. Montesquieu, separation of powers. Executive, judiciary, and legislature. Separation and balance of powers. Montesquieu. And Voltaire, secular state. He demanded freedom of press. Political rights to Indian. Political rights to Indian. Therefore, his political thought led to the rise of political nationalism. जो moderates था कांग्रेस में, they were very much inspired by Raja Ram Mohan Rai. They were very much inspired by Raja Ram. समझ में आ रहा है टोटल. So look at the social thought, economic thought, and political thought. He should be rightly called as father of modernity. He is rightly called as a father of modernity. The political rights to Indian. So this resulted in political nationalism, and moderates of the Congress draw inspiration from Raja Ram Mohan Rai. Yes. What political rights? Rule of law होना चाहिए, right? Equal opportunity in the government services होना चाहिए, democratic participation in the government होना चाहिए. These all should be there. तो राजा राम मोहन, और he established the Brahma Samaj, freedom of press. Actually अभी हम पढ़ेंगे, थोड़ा सा आपको बता देंगे कि that time there was John Adams. He was officiating Governor General of India. He imposed press restrictions, जिसके चलते इनका अखबार जो है ना, मिरातुल अखबार, इसको ब्रिटिश ने कॉन्फिस्केट कर लिया. इसलिए फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस की बात तो करना ही था और करना भी चाहिए, बिकॉज ही बिलीव्ड इन पॉलिटिकल राइट्स. बाद में आफ्टर हिज डेथ मैकॉले, चार्ल्स मेटकाफ is called liberator of press. So Metcalfe came as a Governor General and he removed the press restrictions 1835. तो ये सब अभी बात कर देंगे, हम बता देंगे आपको. Okay, so this is Mr. Raja Ram Mohan Rai. Then we have the revivalism. This is led by Dayanand Saraswati. And his Arya Samaj. Dayanand Saraswati and Arya Samaj. Dayanand Saraswati, he learned Vedas do you take break also in between? 10:30? अच्छा, हाँ ठीक है, बता दिया, नहीं तो मैं तो फिर कंटिन्यू रह जाता. So he learned Vedas and then he wrote books like Satyarth Prakash. Wrote books like Satyarth Prakash, Ved Bhashya and Ved Bhashya Bhumika. Satyarth Prakash, Ved Bhashya and Ved Bhashya Bhumika. Ved Bhashya Bhumika. Satyarth Prakash, Ved Bhashya and Ved Bhashya Bhumika. So these three books in Sanskrit. तो जरा अगर इसको देखो कि दयानंद सरस्वती, if you look at his social thought, राजा राम मोहन राय को तो पता है, synthesis of Eastern and Western culture. दयानंद सरस्वती बोलता है कि no need to look towards West, we have nothing to learn from the West. our Vedic society was an ideal society. He considered the infallibility of Vedas. The Vedic society, we don't have social evils. No child marriage, no polygamy, no sati. From where it had came? Because of touch with the foreign cultures. So therefore, those who are following the foreign cultures, they must accept the Vedic culture, which is called Shuddhi movement. ठीक है, जिसको आप लोग टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज में घर वापसी बोल देते. So therefore, those Hindus who converted to Islam or the other religions, they must get back to, and therefore the homogeneous Indian culture based on the Vedic culture, it was a real society. Right? So he gave the slogan, back to Vedas. Back to Vedas. So Dayananda Saraswati, he considered infallibility of Vedas. Infallibility of Vedas. Infallibility of Vedas. He considered Vedic society as an ideal society. लिखो तो सही होगा. He considered the Vedic society as an ideal society. जो भी वैदिक आइडियल्स को फॉलो करता है, इट्स कॉल्ड द आर्य समाज, बिकॉज द वैदिक लिटरेचर इज कंपोज्ड बाय द आर्यन, एंड वट एवर द डिस्क्रिप्शंस वी हैव, द सोशल, इकोनॉमिक एंड पॉलिटिकल लाइफ ऑफ द आर्यन, इट इज एक्चुअली द. शादी का चिंता मत करिए उतना आप. ऑब्वियसली क्या है ना कि क्या बोला एक बार दयानंद सरस्वती ने, मैं बताता हूँ आपने सही बोला, सही आपने पढ़ा कि दयानंद सरस्वती ने बोला कि हिंदूज आर चिल्ड्रन ऑफ चिल्ड्रंस, बच्चों के बच्चे हैं ये. बहुत गुस्सा है लोगों को, ये क्यों बोल रहे हो आप, हिंदूज आर चिल्ड्रन ऑफ चिल्ड्रंस, मतलब बच्चों के बच्चे हैं. व्हाई? बिकॉज दे हैड अ चाइल्ड मैरिज, सो बच्चा गॉट मैरिज एंड बच्चा हैड अ मैरिज, बच्चा हैड अ बेबी, तो बच्चा का बच्चा होगा. जिसको लेकर के बहुत, हालांकि बाद में माफी मांग ली उन्होंने, ये नॉट, आई मीन नॉट, बट ही सेड दैट आइडियल एज जो है ना 18 और 25 होना चाहिए, नॉट 14 एंड 16 और 18, बट इट्स 18 एंड 25 डिमांडेड द एज ऑफ. कर देते थे. हाँ, ये तो बोलता है कि नहीं करते. करेक्टली ये बात क्या है कि एक्चुअली सोसाइटी में जब नॉर्म सेट हो जाता है, हमने बढ़ा है. हाँ, मतलब ये नहीं कर सकते कि इट वाज अ फोर्स्ड मैरिज वाज गोइंग ऑन, बट नॉर्मली इट वाज टेकन इनटू कंसिडरेशन. बट पॉवर्टी आ जाने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि your brain had developed enough to expedite all the responsibilities. तो बेसिक प्रॉब्लम वहां है, इट्स नॉट मैरिज. हमारे हिसाब से जब भी ह्यूमन रहा है, द लेवल ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स रिमेन द सेम, राइट. उस समय भी प्रॉब्लम्स होगा जैसे अभी है. वट एवर द प्रॉब्लम्स यू आर फेसिंग, पॉवर्टी एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट, इट्स नॉट अ न्यू प्रॉब्लम, इट्स एज ओल्ड प्रॉब्लम, हमेशा से रहा है, तो वो होगा. बढ़ जाता है लेवल, बट प्रॉब्लम्स वुड बी देयर. तो इसके कंटेक्स्ट में बोला होगा कि लेट अस गो फॉर सम एम्पावरमेंट फर्स्ट बिफोर हैविंग सो मच द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. तो इससे अपब्रिंगिंग का एक डिफरेंट एटमॉस्फेयर बढ़ाओ. और इंडिया में चल रहा था बहुत दिनों से, बट वेस्टर्न सोसाइटी में थोड़ा डेवलप हो गया बिकॉज ऑफ ऑल दिस थिंग्स. तो दे ऑल वर कंसिडरिंग इट एज अ मॉडल कि ये बहुत जरूरी है. तो इसलिए भी इन्फ्लुएंस हुआ होगा. वेयर देयर वाज अ डेवलपमेंट, देयर वाज सच काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स, द मैरिजेबल एज वाज वेरी हाई. तो इंडिया को ट्रेडिशनलिटी से फ्री करने के लिए ये सारा मोमेंटम लाया, बिकॉज इट हैड क्रिएटेड स्टैग्नेशन इन द सोसाइटी. ये मेन रीजन रहा. सो वी विल मीट आफ्टर द ब्रेक. वी विल शार्पली मीट एट 11 और इसको कंटिन्यू करते हैं, और उसके बाद थोड़ा सा एजुकेशनल पॉलिसी वगैरह करके then we'll go to the revolt of 1857. Thank you. समझ में आया ना सारा चीज? बहुत आसान है, बहुत ही ललित। तो उसको तो बोला था।
दोनों पार्ट के अलग अलग टाइटल।
Okay, so let's get back to work. And hegemony of the, sorry, that is Arya Samaj and Ved Bhashya. These are the books written by Dayanand Saraswati. So Dayanand Saraswati, social thought of Dayanand Saraswati and compare the social thought of Raja Ram Mohan Rai. Far difference. Synthesis of Eastern and Western culture. Here, Dayanand Saraswati क्या बोल रहे हैं? Social thought. He believed in homogeneous Indian culture. Homogeneous Indian culture based on Vedic doctrine. Homogeneous Indian culture based on Vedic doctrine. He accepted infallibility of Vedas. He accepted infallibility of Vedas. Vedas are infallible. He considered Vedic society as an ideal society. As an ideal society. Considered Vedic society as an ideal society. He gave the clarion call. He gave the clarion call back to Vedas. Back to Vedas. He gave the clarion call back to Vedas. He started Shuddhi movement. That is reconversion of those Hindus converted to other religion. Reconversion of those Hindus converted to other religion. Converted to other religion. So देखो एक तरफ तो है कि we don't need to learn from the Vedas. We don't need to learn from the Western culture. We have to learn everything from Vedas. This is a challenge to the West man hypothesis. आपको याद है, there are many colonial thinkers. They try to justify British rule in India on the basis of cultural superiority. It is white man's burden to teach the lesson of civilization to the barbarians. Barbarians किसको बोला था? आप लोग को बोला था barbarians. So it is a white man's burden to teach the lesson of civilization to the barbarians. तब दयानंद सरस्वती ने बोला, no, Western culture was never superior. It's our Vedic culture. We have the enlightened Vedic philosophy. So therefore, he gave the clarion call back to Vedas. He rejected this call of the Westernization and started the Shuddhi movement. So it is a cultural pride. Cultural pride led to the rise of cultural nationalism. Cultural nationalism. Cultural pride that led to the cultural nationalism. हमने देखा था ना अभी थोड़ी देर पहले पॉलिटिकल नेशनलिज्म, इकोनॉमिक नेशनलिज्म ऑफ राजा राम मोहन राय. नाउ वी हैव द कल्चरल नेशनलिज्म. है क्यों नहीं है? रिफॉर्मेशन और रिवाइवलिज्म में तो हमेशा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो. सो हियर कल्चरल नेशनलिज्म. But at the same time, Suddhi movement, it created apprehension among the Muslims and the Christians that led to the rise of communalism. So आर्य समाजिस्ट का जो सोशल फिलॉसफी है, that is not only the cultural nationalism in India, but at the same time it had a negative dimension which is called communalism, because it had created apprehension among the Hindus, among the Muslims and the Christians. Social thought. इकोनॉमिक थॉट में क्या कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन दिखता है, ये देखिए. इकोनॉमिक थॉट ऑफ दयानंद सरस्वती, इकोनॉमिक थॉट ऑफ दयानंद सरस्वती. राजाराम क्या बोलते थे? रिफॉर्म फ्रॉम अबव, हैवी इंडस्ट्रीज. दयानंद सरस्वती बोलते थे कि बिफोर द एडवेंट ऑफ द ब्रिटिशर्स, what was the superior thing that India had? Export of consumer goods. Our strength was handicraft. So therefore, we should revive the same model. And that is the reason why he focused on revival of handicraft industries and cottage industry. Handicraft industries and cottage industries. This is called revival of the past. Handicraft and cottage industries. Revival of the past. ग्राम उदय भारत उदय, ये जो अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर बोलते रहते हैं ना, विलेज इंपावरमेंट इज इंपावरमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. ग्राम उदय भारत उदय. This is Arya Samajist doctrine. Gram Uday Bharat Uday is Arya Samajist doctrine. Dayanand Saraswati was first person who used the word Swadeshi. Use the word Swadeshi. Economic concept में there is a concept called Gauraksha movement. In Vedic society, the strength of the village was the cow. Gau. Village empowerment, rooted from there. So then Gauraksha movement was actually an economic concept for the village empowerment. But it again gave the wrong signal to the Muslims and the Christians. So, however, this Gauraksha movement was for the empowerment of the village, which is called economic nationalism. Idea क्या है? To make India economically self-reliant. What is the model of economic self-reliance? Rajaram Mohan Rai said, from above. Dayanand Saraswati said, from below. But both had an intention to go for economic self-reliant of India. We also wanted to take over Germany, to become third. Take over China तो नहीं बोलेंगे, right? But to become third. हम लोग तीसरे थर्ड पोजीशन के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं. India is secular socialist not because of constitution. We were secular and socialist, therefore our constitution is. ठीक है ना. सो ये इंस्पायरेशन लोगों से बना है ना. इट्स सो हियर वी हैव अ लॉन्ग इवोल्यूशनरी थिंग्स ऑफ द सेकुलरिज्म एंड सोशलिज्म. ओके, सो स्वदेशी ही स्टार्टेड गौरक्षा मूवमेंट. गौरक्षा मूवमेंट फॉर विलेज empowerment. For village empowerment. He wanted to make India economically self-reliant. economically self-reliant. He wanted to make India economically self-reliant. Economically self-reliant. Therefore, it led to the rise of economic nationalism. It led to the rise of economic nationalism. अब थोड़ा आप कंपेयर इकोनॉमिक नेशनलिज्म ऑफ राजा राम मोहन राय and economic nationalism of their ancestors. But objective is same. So if you look at the nationalism, it is collection of all types of the nationalism. Political nationalism, cultural nationalism, and economic nationalism, all types of nationalism. So this is economic nationalism. But at the same time, it had created communalism. Goraksha movement, it gave a wrong signal to the Muslims and the Christians. So his economic dimension was also putting the word communalism. His social dimension was also putting the word communalism. So communalism is sum total of everything. आर्य समाजिस्ट ने जितना इम्पैक्ट डाला है इंडियन सोसाइटी पर उतना दूसरा अदर रिफॉर्म्स ट्रेंड्स ने नहीं डाला. इट हैड अ बोथ पॉजिटिव एंड नेगेटिव एस्पेक्ट. हम लोग अभी समराइज करेंगे. $1,000,000 स्टेटमेंट. दिमाग को कूल करिए और मेरा स्टेटमेंट सुनिए. Both nationalism and communalism was byproduct of the socio-religious reform movement, which had developed in the 19th century. But its culmination can be seen in the 20th century in the form of independence and partition. This is a $1,000,000 statement. Both nationalism and communalism is a byproduct of 19th century. But its culmination reached in the 20th century. बच्चा बड़ा भी तो होगा. And thereafter, it will come across in the independence and partition in 1947, from where we see. Socio-religious reform movement. But its culmination can be seen in the 20th century in the form of independence and partition. ठीक है. एक क्वेश्चन आया मेंस में 2-3 साल पहले. The relation between the Renaissance, 19th century Renaissance and rise of nationalism. ये जो मैं पढ़ाता हूं इसका हाफ पोर्शन पूछा उसने. Rise of nationalism. You can look at how the nationalism had evolved in the 19th century Renaissance. इसी का तो एक सोशल अवेयरनेस के बगैर पॉलिटिकल अवेयरनेस नहीं हो सकता. And that is how it had played a very significant role in the rise of nationalism, Indian national movement and the mass movement, which was led by Gandhi, Nehru and others. Tilak, Gandhi, Nehru others. ठीक है. इसका इम्पैक्ट बहुत वाइड है. सो आर्य समाजिस्ट का कॉन्सेप्ट है. देन पॉलिटिकल thought of Deindustrialization society. Political thought of Deindustrialization society. अभी आएंगे उस पर. बहुत मजा आएगा. अभी आगे तो चलिए. हमें थोड़ा टाइम दीजिए और हमें थोड़ा और टाइम दीजिए. आते हैं ना, वहां भी आएंगे. आप क्यों चिंता कर रहे हैं? लेट हिम कम. अभी तो हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं कम्युनलिज्म की. तो देखो, एंशिएंट इंडिया में, मेडिवल इंडिया में हिंदू मुस्लिम कम्युनलिज्म तो नहीं था. कम्युनलिज्म हैड डेवलप्ड बिकॉज ऑफ द ब्रिटिश इंप्रेशन इन इंडिया. और कैसे आएगा मैं आज ही आपको बता के जाऊंगा. बिल्कुल. पहले थोड़ा स्लो चलते हैं. सो दिस इज दयानंद सरस्वती. दयानंद सरस्वती, पॉलिटिकल थॉट. दयानंद सरस्वती believed in village empowerment. Village empowerment. He demanded establishment of local self-government, मतलब पंचायत, म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज, local self-government, democratic decentralization, local self-government, democratic decentralization. Democratic decentralization. Freedom of press. He gave the slogan, India for Indians. He gave the slogan, freedom of press. He gave the slogan, India for Indians. He was first person to use Swaraj. He was first person to use Swaraj. It was because of Arya Samajist extremist movement started in Indian National Congress. Most of the extremist leaders, Lal Balpal, they had Arya Samajist doctrine. So it was because of Arya Samajist extremist movement started in India. Movement is started in India. Extremist trio Lal Balpal. Extremist trio Lal Balpal. Lal Balpal, deeply associated with Arya Samajist doctrine. Arya Samajist doctrine. Okay. So this is how the Arya Samaj had impact society, economy and polity. Next, third trend है status quoism. इसका मतलब है neither backward nor forward. इसका कहने का मतलब we will not accept from the British and will not return to Vedas also. If there is a sati, sati is our culture, right? So Radhakant Dev, he established Dharma Sabha. He supported sati, child marriage as a cultural practices. Dharma Sabha. He supported sati, child marriage as cultural practices. As cultural practices. He supported sati and child marriage as cultural practices. इनका कहना था कि we must preserve the present form of Indian culture. British is trying to change it in order to impose westernization and Christianity. So we must preserve the cultural format. अब देखना, preserving the present form of culture is also a cultural nationalism. और दयानंद सरस्वती का जो है बैक टू वेदास, इट इज ऑल्सो कल्चरल नेशनलिज्म, राइट? एडिशन है, दीज ऑल आर द नेशनलिस्ट मूवमेंट इन इंडिया इज सम टोटल ऑफ ऑल दिस नेशनलिज्म. सो he wanted to preserve the present form of culture. Present form of culture. He believed in changelessness. He believed in changelessness. He wanted to preserve the present form of culture. He believed in changelessness. Changelessness. This is called cultural nationalism. Present form of culture, he believed in changelessness. So it is called cultural nationalism. It is called cultural nationalism. अब इसको एक और दूसरा डायमेंशन समझने की कोशिश करना है. चेंजलेसनेस इज अ फॉर्म ऑफ रिजिडिटी. ठीक है, रिजिडिटी. योर कल्चर इज योर कल्चर, माई कल्चर इज माई कल्चर. इससे तो इंडिया इज अ लैंड ऑफ कंपोजिट कल्चर्स. वी इन्फ्लुएंस अदर कल्चर, वी एक्सेप्ट अदर कल्चर्स, कंपोजिट कल्चर. बट जब आप बोलते हैं कि नहीं, मेरा मेरा और तुम्हारा तुम्हारा, इट मीन्स यू आर क्रिएटिंग वॉल्स विद द वेरियस कल्चर्स. और इससे क्या होता है? कम्युनिटी कॉन्शियसनेस. और कम्युनिटी कॉन्शियसनेस इज फर्स्ट स्टेज ऑफ द राइज ऑफ कम्युनलिज्म. ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं था कि देयर वर डिफरेंट डिफरेंट कम्युनिटीज इन इंडिया. यस देयर वर, बट देयर वाज अ प्रोविजन ऑफ कोएग्जिस्टेंस. बट बिकॉज ऑफ दिस कम्युनिटी कॉन्शियसनेस, it had taken the form which is called moderate communalism. और इस कम्युनिटी कॉन्शियसनेस को ब्रिटिश यूज करेगा इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिवाइड एंड रूल. सो कल्चरल नेशनलिज्म तो निकला, साथ में बिकॉज ऑफ द रिजिडिटी, बिकॉज ऑफ चेंजलेसनेस, बिकॉज ऑफ कम्युनिटी कॉन्शियसनेस, कम्युनलिज्म ऑल्सो इवॉल्व्ड. तो स्टेटस क्विज्म से भी कम्युनलिज्म निकला. ठीक है ना, जैसे बोलते हैं ना, रेडिकलाइजेशन बढ़ रहा है. The radicalization is what? This is a strong community consciousness. So, the status quoism had promoted community consciousness, which led to the rise of communalism. Which led to the rise of communism. अब मैं इसको समराइज कर देता हूं टोटल. It led to the rise of communism. देखो, सोशियो रिलीजियस रिफॉर्म मूवमेंट ही स्टार्टेड. देर आर थ्री: रिफॉर्मेशन, रिवाइवलिज्म and status quoism. रिफॉर्मेशन का आउटपुट क्या है? देर आर टू: पॉलिटिकल नेशनलिज्म एंड इकोनॉमिक नेशनलिज्म. राजा राम मोहन राय, पॉलिटिकल नेशनलिज्म एंड इकोनॉमिक नेशनलिज्म. रिवाइवलिज्म का थॉट क्या है? स्वराज, स्वदेशी, बैक टू वेदास. पॉलिटिकल नेशनलिज्म, कल्चरल नेशनलिज्म, इकोनॉमिक नेशनलिज्म, स्वदेशी, एंड कम्युनलिज्म. स्टेटस क्विज्म का आउटपुट क्या है? कल्चरल नेशनलिज्म एंड कम्युनलिज्म. कल्चरल नेशनलिज्म एंड कम्युनलिज्म. अब हम क्या करते हैं? सारे नेशनलिज्म को एक साथ इंटीग्रेट कर देते हैं. दिस इज कॉल्ड नेशनलिज्म. एंड दिस इज कॉल्ड Communism. Nationalism is sum total of all. So, यहां पर $1 million स्टेटमेंट को सेट करिए. Both nationalism and communalism was byproduct of socio-religious reform movement, which culminated in 20th century in the form of independence and partition. In the form of independence and partition. That clear है ना? Okay, fine. अब जैसे कि रिफॉर्मेशन में देखें तो सैयद अहमद खान का जो अलीगढ़ मूवमेंट था, इट वाज आल्सो रिफॉर्मेशन. देवबंद मूवमेंट, रिवाइवलिज्म. So it's not only the Hindu reform movement, but in the Muslim reform movements, we have also classification of reformation and revivalism, status quoism also. So therefore, this is Sayyid Ahmad Khan. He supported Western education among the Muslims. He demanded economic and political rights to the Muslim women. He was against triple talaq. He was against parda system. Seclusion. Fine. So therefore, he was against polygamy. So therefore, he was a pro-modernist, Sayyid Ahmad Khan. So you can put him in the category of reformation. एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट चीज मैं अभी आपसे डिस्कस करूंगा, सारे बच्चे ध्यान से देखिएगा. अभी मैंने बोला कि बिकॉज ऑफ सोशल रिलीजियस रिफॉर्म मूवमेंट देयर वाज अ बेस फॉर द राइज ऑफ नेशनलिज्म. आफ्टर द रिवोल्ट ऑफ 1857, when the British Parliament taken the control over India, British Parliament was trying to consolidate its position in India, but iska side by side we have the rise of nationalism. Rise of nationalism. तो थोड़ा इस ग्राफ को ना बहुत कैटेगरिकली देखना, और बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग ग्राफ मैंने इसको ड्रॉ किया है ऑन द असेसमेंट बेस्ड ऑन द वेरियस बुक्स कि व्हाट इज द पैटर्न हियर. On the assessment made by the various books, what is pattern here? After the revolt of 1857, after revolt of 1857 means 1858, British Parliament was trying to consolidate its position in India. So British Parliament had policy of consolidation, trying to consolidate its position in India. और इधर इंडिया में क्या है? राइज ऑफ नेशनलिज्म. राइज ऑफ नेशनलिज्म. दिस इज अ वेरी पैरेलल थिंग. राइज ऑफ नेशनलिज्म. $1 million स्टेटमेंट समझना. $1 million स्टेटमेंट क्या है कि एक तो फैक्टर है नेशनलिज्म का सोशियो रिलीजियस रिफॉर्म मूवमेंट. सेकंड फैक्टर है ब्रिटिश पॉलिसी ऑफ कंसोलिडेशन. स्टेटमेंट सुनना. टूल्स एंड मैकेनिज्म यूज्ड बाय ब्रिटिश टू एक्सरसाइज कंट्रोल ओवर इंडिया, सिमिलर टूल्स एंड मैकेनिज्म यूज्ड बाय इंडियंस टू ओवरथ्रो ब्रिटिश रूल फ्रॉम इंडिया. जैसे English was to consolidate British rule in India. You think English, you speak English, you think English, and thereafter acceptability of British rule in India would increase. Language is vehicle of culture. English सोचेंगे आपका कल्चर चेंज हो जाएगा. It will become close to British acceptability. But English से क्या हुआ? We Marathi, we Tamilians, we Punjabi, we Bengali started interacting among themselves. Inter-regional communication had increased and therefore the consciousness became united. इसलिए मैंने क्या बोला, टूल्स एंड मैकेनिज्म यूज्ड बाय ब्रिटिश, ये सब $1,000,000 स्टेटमेंट मेंस के लिए. Tools and mechanism used by British to exercise control over India. Similar tools and mechanism used by Indians to overthrow British rule from. So policy of consolidation definitely led to the rise of nationalism. ये दोनों सिम्टम्स आपको कब दिखेगा? आफ्टर द रिवोल्ट ऑफ 1857. ओके, देन यहां देखो 1885 में इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस केम इनटू एग्जिस्टेंस. वी विल टॉक ऑन दैट. 1885 आईएनसी केम इनटू एग्जिस्टेंस. और आईएनसी के आने के बाद दिस नेशनलिज्म गॉट अ पॉलिटिकल प्लेटफॉर्म एंड दैट लेड टू द राइज ऑफ Indian national movement. Nationalism transformed into Indian national movement after establishment of Congress, because collective nationalism had a political platform, political orientation, which is called Indian national movement. Okay, after Congress. तो ब्रिटिश ने भी अपना गियर शिफ्ट किया. Because of Indian national movement, British started the policy of divide and rule. This is a extension of the communalism. British greatly used the rise of community consciousness in promoting communalism, which is called policy of divide and rule. ठीक है ना, ये आ रहा समझ में. अभी आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा था डिवाइड एंड रूल. तो इंडियन नेशनल मूवमेंट persuaded British to go for the policy of divide and rule. और उसके बाद इंडियाज वंडर बॉय मोहनदास करमचंद गांधी. बोलते हैं कि स्टार्टअप नहीं हो सकता लेट एज में, इट्स ओनली फॉर द 20s. ही वाज 46 एंड लुक एट द वे दैट ही हैड ए स्टार्टअप इन इंडिया. ही हैड क्रिएटेड हिमसेल्फ दैट इज अनडिस्प्यूटेड मास लीडर. 46, मिस्टर मोहनदास करमचंद गांधी, व्हेन ही रिटर्न फ्रॉम साउथ अफ्रीका. 20 years long experience in South Africa. दूसरे के कंट्री में एक्सपेरिमेंट करके अपने कंट्री में इंप्लीमेंट करने से मिस्टेक्स के चांसेस कम रहते हैं. So he was perfectionist. So he transformed the Indian national movement into mass movement. Mass movement. Gandhi created all this base to create the super base. And it is called mass movement. और आपको पता है, the British did not face mass movement in India till date. It is first time in the non-cooperation movement. Huge opposition to the British for any cause. So in non-cooperation movement, when British in 1920, when British faced the mass movement, and this mass movement was keep on increasing, सिविल डिसोबीडियंस मूवमेंट, क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट, आप जानते हैं कितना इंटेंस हो गया मास मूवमेंट. ठीक है. सो मास मूवमेंट फोर्स ब्रिटिश टू कंप्रोमाइज. गांधी जब भी मास मूवमेंट चलाता था, ब्रिटिश क्या बोलते थे? अच्छा ठीक है, इतना नहीं इतना. ठीक है. जब कॉलोनियल पावर कॉम्प्रोमाइज करने लगे, that means इसका कंट्रोल वीक हो रहा है. Earlier British was not compromising, but now British is on the level of compromise. So its control had become weak. और जब कंट्रोल वीक हो गया, इसका मतलब है now the British started compromising, कंट्रोल वीक हो गया तो इसका ग्राफ नीचे आ जाएगा. ग्राफ will come down. because of the compromise. So Gandhi's mass movement forced British to go for compromise. Gandhi's mass movement forced British to go for compromise. जब colonial power mass movement के साथ compromise करने लगे, that means its control had become very weak. Its control had become very weak, and in 1947, its control had become zero. Its control had become zero. And 1947, India leads to independence. Look at the variations of the graph. ये आपको broad understanding देगा. What went after revolt of 1857? This is the British policy. And this is what happening in India. This is a change of the momentum. British started losing control thereafter. You can imagine those who criticized Gandhi. His advent in Indian politics was a game changer, which forced British to go for the compromise because of his technique of mass mobilization. And 1947, the control had become zero. जब आप स्टैंडर्ड टेक्स्ट पढ़ेंगे, सपोज इंडियाज फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल बाय बिपिन चंद्र, इंडियाज स्ट्रगल फॉर इंडिपेंडेंस बिपिन चंद्र, या फिर जो नॉर्मल किताब आप लोग पढ़ते हैं, whether it is रामचंद्र गुहा और दर्श, ये सब किताब में एक वर्ड लिखा रहता है वॉर ऑफ पोजीशन, नॉट पोजीशन ऑफ वॉर. वहां लिखा रहता है वॉर ऑफ पोजीशन. इफ यू कम अक्रॉस विद दैट बुक्स, मेनी टाइम्स यू विल फाइंड वॉर ऑफ पोजीशन. बोथ nationalism and the control mechanism in the war to hold the position. When war of position came in favor of India, how this man had turned the table. Game changer. Right? So this graph is called war of position. War of position between rising nationalism and control mechanism. तो ये 100% भी नहीं है. There are so many dimensions, but he definitely was a game changer. आजादी तो पब्लिक कॉन्शियसनेस से आई थी. गांधी provided the leadership. So it is not correct to say that we haven't achieved the independence if Gandhi would not have been there. But his role is very important. इस क्वेश्चन का थीम ये है. अगर आपको गुस्सा आ जाए, नहीं नहीं गांधी से कुछ नहीं हुआ है, बैलेंस है. ऐसे व्यूज पॉइंट हमेशा बैलेंस ही होते हैं. आपको प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए चुना जा रहा है ना. अगर वन साइडेड व्यू लेंगे तो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएटर हो जाएंगे आप. दिस इज हाउ यू आर इन द ब्यूरोक्रेट इन मेकिंग. What actually UPSC wanted to know from you, that how balanced you are in judgment. You are not one-sided. ऐसे थोड़े ना सिलेबस डिजाइन किया है, ऐसे थोड़े ना क्वेश्चन पूछता है. They judge many things from there. So this is your training period. This is not preparation. You will get selected only when you will perform well in the training that you suit to be an administration. मॉक इंटरव्यू में बच्चे रट के जाते हैं कि क्या बोलना नहीं बोलना है, तो मैं इनकी भी ले रहा था. तो देन आई आस्क्ड अबाउट, स्टूडेंट वाज देयर, देन डू यू नो अबाउट द कास्ट सेंसस इन बिहार. तो उसको लगा कि ये थोड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड क्वेश्चन है, तो उसको बोलना चाहिए था कि आई डोंट नो सर. तो एक 10-15 सेकेंड का पॉज दिया और बोलता है कि आई डोंट वांट टू आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन. अब ये जो व्यू है, दिस इज अनडिप्लोमेटिक, अनब्यूरोक्रेटिक. ठीक है, मुझे लगा कि अगर अगला क्वेश्चन इसे पूछेंगे तो ये बोलेंगे कि प्लीज डोंट आस्क. तो रटना नहीं है, सीखना है. तो दिस इज अ लर्निंग टाइम. आप देख सकते हैं, शायद ये यूट्यूब पर है भी ये सेशन. तो that is war of position. वॉर ऑफ पोजिशन. अब हम लोग 1857 से थोड़ा नीचे रहते हैं, एक टॉपिक स्टार्ट करते हैं जो कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, दैट इज इकोनॉमिक हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया. इसको भी निपटा देते हैं. इकोनॉमिक हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया, इसमें क्या क्या इंपॉर्टेंट है. Impact of the British economic policies. Impact of British economic policies. Drain of wealth. Commercialization of agriculture. Destruction of handicraft industries. Destruction of handicraft industries. Growth of agricultural labor. Rural indebtedness. Growth of agricultural labor and rural indebtedness. Drain of wealth, commercialization of agriculture, destruction of handicraft industries, growth of agricultural labor and rural indebtedness. Rural indebtedness. Rural indebtedness. So growth of agricultural labor and all. Growth of agricultural labor, rural indebtedness. 5 important points. But ऐसा नहीं था कि all are very negative in nature. Rise of modern industries in India, rise of modern means of communication. हमने आपको रेलवेज दिया, हमने आपको टेलीग्राफ दिया. It's other thing that how much railway is looking beautiful, that much painful. Railways जितना ब्यूटीफुल उतना पेनफुल था रेलवे उसमें. बट इंडियंस टेक द चांस ऑफ सोशल एंड इकोनॉमिक मोबिलिटी. योर रूरल मार्केट इंटीग्रेटेड टू वर्ल्ड मार्केट बिकॉज ऑफ रेलवेज. याद करना, मैंने बोला है आपको, tools and mechanism used by British to consolidate India, to consolidate its position in India. Similar tools and mechanism. So railway was the biggest colonial instrument. Exploitation. Source of raw material was draining to England because of railway. Railway not only created the drain of wealth, it had created the capital flight. Railway not only created the drain of wealth, not created the drain of wealth, it had created the capital flight. अभी दिखाऊंगा मैं आपको कि what actually impact of the railways had been realized in India. So drain of wealth, commercialization of agriculture, destruction of, but at the same time we have development of modern industries, development of modern industries. Modern capitalist class, Tata, Bajaj, Birla, modern capitalist class. Modern means of communication. अभी भी तो more than 60% of the railway station is for the British period. Railway station act. So modern means of communication. Social impact देखो, rise of middle class and labor class. इंडिया में लेबर नहीं होता, peasant and artisans होता, industrial labor because of the rise of modern industries. So we have rise of middle class and rise of industrial labor. और जिस कंट्री में मिडिल क्लास जितना स्ट्रॉन्ग, डेमोक्रेटिक मूवमेंट उतना स्ट्रॉन्ग, एंड दैट विल लीड टू द राइज ऑफ नेशनलिज्म. So tools and mechanism used by British, similar tools and mechanism. So if middle class is strong, and middle class had a very strong consciousness for democratic thought, wanted political rights. So they had created the base for mass movement. Therefore, that led to the rise of national movement in India. Impact of the British economic policies. Development of modern industries, development of modern capitalist class, modern means of communication, rise of the middle class, rise of industrial labor. Impact. What do you mean by drain? What do you mean by drain? Drain means transfer of wealth and commodities from India to England. Transfer of wealth and commodities from India to England without any substantial return. Transfer of wealth and commodities from India to England without any substantial return. Without any substantial return. Okay, so transfer of wealth and commodities from India to England without any substantial return. Drain theory was first given by Dadabhai Naoroji. Dadabhai Naoroji. Drain theory was first given by Dadabhai Naoroji. He wrote Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Un-British Rule का मतलब समझे ना. He said that we are not opposing the British rule, but here in India it is not a British rule, it is un-British rule. Institution and function in England is not here. So nature of the government is un-British. अगर British nature का है तो no problem. Because of the un-British nature, there is a poverty. He wrote a journal, England's Debt to India. Dadabhai Naoroji, he wrote a journal, England's Debt to India. England's debt to India. R.C. Dutt, he wrote Economic History of India. Till date, R.C. Dutt, he wrote Economic History of India. Till date, this is best book to understand the colonial period. Till date, this is best book to understand the colonial period. R.P. Dutt, R.P. Dutt, he wrote India Today. India Today. R.P. Dutt, he wrote India Today. R.P. Dutt, he is a colonial historian. Colonial historian. Colonial historian. He is a Marxist historian. He is a Marxist historian, R.P. Marxist. Communist influenced Marxist historian. R.P. Dutt, he divided the Indian colonialism in three phases. (1947), Indian colonialism in three phases. 1757 to 1813, he called it is a phase of mercantilism. 1813 to 1860, he called it is a phase of free trade. And this is called finance capitalism. Finance capitalism. R.P. Dutt, he wrote a book, India Today. He is a Marxist historian, and India Today is a book on economy. Mercantilism, free trade, and finance capitalism. These are the three phases. 1860. 1860. Or 1816, say 1947, we have a finance capitalism. You understand the finance capitalism? Paisa lagao, paisa kamao. Investment in India. Industries, banking, railways, finance capitalism. So R.P. Dutt. Dadabhai Naoroji, R.C. Dutt, R.P. Dutt, and one more notable personality, G. Subramaniam Iyer. G. Subramaniam Iyer, he was editor of The Hindu. He also highlighted the drain theory. G. Subramaniam Iyer, he was editor of The Hindu, and he also highlighted the drain theory. He also highlighted the drain theory. Surendranath Banerjee, M.G. Ranade, M.G. Ranade. They all were. You know, Mahadev Govind Ranade, he was founder of Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. Justice Ranade. He also highlighted the drain theory. Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. He was the founder of Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. Drain theory. What are the forms of drain? Forms of drain. What are the forms of drain? Trade and commerce. First point is, what are the ways of drain of wealth? Trade and commerce, which started from Plassey plunder. Trade and commerce, which started from Plassey plunder. Second, gift and exchanges. Take it, okay. Gift and exchanges. Transfer of precious metals and stones. Transfer of precious metals and stones. ये जो राजा नवाब थे, they giving gift to the British officers. So precious metals and stones was draining from India to England. Transfer of precious metals and stones. Third, railways. रेलवेज क्या करता था? ब्रिटिश ने पैसेंजर ट्रेन ने उतने ही नहीं बनाया, गुड्स ट्रेन बनाया. Goods train. Source of raw material was connected to port, and from port it was transferred to England. Finished product of England was sent to countryside. No doubt in this, railway integrated Indian market with world market. But actually it was serving the purpose of British industrialization. ठीक है, एक पार्ट तो है रेलवे का. क्या बोला, यहां से सामान ले गया, इट वॉज सेंट टू इंग्लैंड एंड फिनिश्ड प्रोडक्ट टू कंट्री साइड ऑफ इंडिया. बट जो दूसरा पार्ट है रेलवे का, इट इज मोर डेंजरस. रेलवे जो था, इट वॉज अ प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, ज्वाइंट स्टॉक कंपनी. You know joint stock? Investors are shareholders. Indians were not permitted to invest in railways. Only British capitalists were permitted. Only British capitalists. Those who get opportunity to invest in railway, obviously British, they get guaranteed interest plus share in profit. इंटरेस्ट भी देंगे और प्रॉफिट में हिस्सा भी देंगे. डबल प्रॉफिट. ड्रेनिंग टू इंग्लैंड. मैंने बोला आपको कि रेलवे हाउ मच लुकिंग ब्यूटीफुल, दैट मच पेनफुल टू द इंडियन इकोनॉमी. सो दैट इज हाउ द थर्ड पॉइंट इज रेलवे. रेलवे सर्व्ड इन टू वेज. रेलवे सर्व्ड इन टू वेज. फर्स्ट, सोर्स ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल was connected to England, and from England it was sent to countryside of India. From England, finished product was sent to countryside of India. Countryside of India. So railway served in two ways. From England to serve the countryside of India. source of raw material. Then next is investment in railway. Investment in railways was exclusive to British investors. Was exclusive to British investors. Was exclusive to British investors. Those who get opportunity to invest. Those who get opportunity to invest. They get guaranteed interest plus share in profit. Plus share in profit. So this double profit was draining to England. This double profit was draining to England. Indians को permitted नहीं था. If this profit would have been held in India, capital formation in India, industrialization of India, but here we have capital formation in England. So railway. Next important point है home charges. Home charges. ये वर्ड जितना सिंपल है उतना ही डिफिकल्ट था इंडिया के लिए. It was major source of drain. Home charges was major source of drain. Salary and pension of the British officers. What is home charges? Salary and pension of British officers. I told you in the early morning itself that Cornwallis was giving very high salary to the civil servants. All civil servants were appointed coming from England mostly. रिटायर होकर के घर जाता था, पेंशन फ्रॉम इंडिया, और ये लोग जल्दी मरता भी तो नहीं था. तो दैट इज हाउ जितना सैलरी उतना पेंशन. दैट इज हाउ द ट्रेन ऑफ वेल्थ. ओके. Next, expenditure of India House. Expenditure of India House. India House. India House क्या था? क्या बात करता है? India House was a ministry in England. 1858 में बना था ना? Ministry in England. So India House was a ministry in England. इसी का तो हेड होता था सेक्रेटरी ऑफ स्टेट फॉर इंडिया. ठीक है. सेक्रेटरी ऑफ स्टेट फॉर इंडिया वाज अ मिनिस्टर एंड दिस इज अ मिनिस्ट्री. और इसको सेक्रेटरी ऑफ स्टेट को हेल्प करने के लिए देयर वर 15 सेक्रेटरीज, 15 मेंबर्स इन द इंडिया काउंसिल. जंबो मिनिस्ट्री. 5-6 मिनिस्ट्री यू क्लब, देयर इज अ वन मिनिस्ट्री. And entire expenditure was coming from India. Drain of wealth. So expenditure of India House, expenditure of India Council, there were 15 members in the council, 15 secretaries in the council. Salary of Secretary of State for India. Salary of Secretary of State for India. Salary of Secretary of State for India. मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट इंग्लैंड का, मंत्री इंग्लैंड का, पैसा इंडिया से. That is called Secretary of State. He is the member of parliament. He is a minister in the British government. But his salary will be charged from India. Drain of wealth. Cost of military training, cost of arms purchase, home charges. ब्रिटिश अपनी मिलिट्री पर खूब खर्चा करते थे. पैसा कहां से आता था? इंडिया से. इंडियन मिलिट्री वॉज वेरी इक्विप्ड मिलिट्री. So cost of military training, cost of arms purchase. ठीक है. कंपनी तो खत्म हो गई 1857 में, इकोनॉमी एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव राइट. डिविडेंड टू द शेयर होल्डर्स ऑफ ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी. डिविडेंड टू द शेयर होल्डर्स ऑफ ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी. इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट. इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट. ब्रिटिश से लोन लेते रहते थे और ब्रिटिश को बढ़िया से चार्ज करता. इतना शानदार बिजनेस, हमारा रूल में ही लोन दे रहा हूं, मैं ही इंटरेस्ट ले रहा हूं. That is what is called drain of wealth. So these are the major forms. Rupees, next point, rupees and pound exchange rate. Rupees and pound exchange rate. रुपीज एंड पाउंड एक्सचेंज रेट. एक एग्जाम्पल बताता हूं आपको. जैसे सपोज यू केम विद द 1 pound फ्रॉम इंग्लैंड एंड यू गेट 80 rupees. सपोज, अब तो ज्यादा है काफी, 80 rupees. So then you go to the market and purchase 8 Renault pen. Now British decided to put the exchange rate, 5 रुपये का एक्सचेंज रेट लगाया. British will give you only 75. आप ब्रिटिश हैं, you came from England to purchase Indian goods. Earlier you were getting 80, so you purchased the 8 pen. Now you are getting only 75, so you can purchase 7 pen. बहुत गुस्सा आएगा तो एक रिफिल खरीद लेंगे. So demand of the pen will decrease. Pen industry will decrease. Overall industrial degradation means economic degradation of India. But at the same time, rupees and pound exchange rate, no exchange rate. So exchange rate was put in such a way, it promoted British export and it discouraged Indian export. How India turned out to be the beautiful market for the Britishers. ठीक है? So that will, the Indian British goods will promote it. So rupees and pound exchange rate. It was fixed in such a way. It was fixed in such a way that it had promoted British export, and it discouraged Indian export. It discouraged Indian export. It promoted British export, Indian export. Okay. So this is called drain of wealth. Fine. Now the commercialization of agriculture. Second impact क्या है? Commercialization of agriculture. सुन लीजिए ज़्यादा, क्योंकि लिखाने से तो टाइम बहुत जाएगा, थोड़ा सुना देते हैं, थोड़ा जो इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है वो नोट करवा देते हैं। व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय कमर्शलाइजेशन? शिफ्ट फ्रॉम food crops to cash crops. It is what? Shift from food crops to cash crops. Shift from food crops to cash crops. It is called commercialization. देखो क्या है कि there were many cash crops. Cotton, jute, indigo, tea, opium. But it's not like that. Before the advent of British rule, it was not grown in India. We grow these crops much earlier. But earlier, we were growing for our own consumption, local consumption. But here we started growing it for market. The same product, when we started cultivating or growing it for market, we call it as a commercialization. Products are same, purpose is different. Earlier, it was grown for local consumption, but now we are growing it for market. So once we started growing it for market, it's called commercialization. So commercialization is the phase when the crops cultivated for market need. Cultivated for market need. Cultivated for market need. ठीक है, एक डाटा देते हैं, समझना है इसको, कोशिश करना समझने का. From 1800 to 1860, 60 years. Area under food crops increased by only 7%, and area under commercial crop, it increased by 43%. मतलब 1800 में, if there was 100 acre for the food crop, 1860 में it had become 107. But in 1860, the commercial cropping area from 100 to 140. So that's so how intensively the peasants were integrated to the commercial crop. Right? So it was shift from food crop to cash crops. But these crops were grown in India much before the advent of British rule, but in the British rule, we started growing it for market, demand of the market, profit compulsions. Okay, what are the factors? Industrial Revolution of England. Industrial Revolution of England. Industrial Revolution was basically textile revolution. Industrial Revolution of England was basically textile revolution. 80% of the industries was textile industry. Textile industry having its own demand. क्या? Cotton will make shirt. There was no coloring agent, only indigo. उसी को कम ज्यादा करके डीप ब्लू, नेवी ब्लू, स्काई ब्लू, बेबी ब्लू करते रहते. कलरिंग एजेंट. शर्ट बन गया, पैकिंग करेंगे. जूट रिक्वायर्ड. लेबर विल गेट टायर्ड, चाय पिएगा. जिसका चाय से काम नहीं चलता वो अफीम खाएगा. So that is how all the commercial crop will get boost up all over the world. So we will receive major boost among these crops. Industrial Revolution of England. Second, American Civil War. American Civil War. इससे बेहतर मैं अमेरिका खुद ही बना लूं. अमेरिकन सिविल वॉर. नॉर्थ अमेरिका, मान लो, लग भी रहा है ना मैं बहुत आर्टिस्ट हूं. सो देखो, नॉर्दर्न पार्ट ऑफ अमेरिका बिकेम इंडस्ट्रियलाइज्ड अमेरिका. यहां पर ब्रिटिश का काफी इन्फ्लुएंस था, सो मेनी गुड इंडस्ट्रीज हैड डेवलप्ड. बट सदर्न पार्ट ऑफ अमेरिका, there was a plant-based economy, plantation of cotton, and in plantation of cotton, slaves were employed. So slavery was indispensable for the economy of Southern America. Slavery was indispensable. They can't live without. ठीक है, तो ये तो इशू था. ये लोग बोलता था कि इसको ज्यादा पैसा देते हो, हमको कम पैसा देते हो. इकोनॉमिक डिस्पैरिटी, बाइसनेस टुवर्ड्स नॉर्थ. Therefore, when Abraham Lincoln became president, yes, he was a Republican candidate. He said that slavery is a sin, and thereafter the Civil War started. Because of Civil War, American cotton was not coming to international market. There was a huge demand of cotton in the world, and British smelled the demand, pushed India for cotton. So India was put into cotton cultivation. So because of American Civil War, the demand of Indian cotton had increased globally. British तो जबरदस्त स्मेल करता है डिमांड कहाँ है, and that is how, yes, visionary आदमी था वो लोग. तभी तो a country less than size of Haryana, ruling over 2/3 part of the globe. और अब क्या चाहते हैं? What example you needed? Among all the whites, English white is a superior white. Superior white. So, commercialization of agriculture. Second fact is American Civil War. Because of American Civil War, American cotton was not coming to international market, so there was huge demand of cotton in the world. Huge demand of cotton in the world. Third है इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ रेलवेज. आखिरकार विलेज से एक्सपोर्ट भी तो करें, विलेज से ट्रांसपोर्ट भी तो करेंगे. इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ रेलवेज. रेलवेज एडेड स्पीड टू कॉमर्शलाइजेशन. रेलवेज speed up the process of commercialization. Speed up the process of commercialization. Next, geographical condition of Deccan. Geographical and climatic condition of Deccan. देखो क्या है कि दुनिया में we have the black soil. Then the black soil look black mainly because of two factors. If there is a humus present in the soil and then it look black, it is good for wheat cultivation. Have you heard about the Chernozem soil? यूक्रेन के सॉइल को बोलते हैं चेर्नोजेम सॉइल. चेर्नोजेम सॉइल इज अ ब्लैक सॉइल, मोस्ट फर्टाइल सॉइल ऑन अर्थ. यूक्रेन इज कॉल्ड व्हीट बॉल ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. यूक्रेन, व्हाई? बिकॉज ऑफ दिस चेर्नोजेम. तो जहां भी ह्यूमस रिच सॉइल है, इट इज गुड फॉर व्हीट कल्टीवेशन ऑलवेज. बट दूसरा तरीका है, इफ सॉइल इज मेटेलिक, वॉल्केनो से निकला रॉक, metallic soil, then metallic soil is best suited for cotton cultivation. Indian Deccan soil is a black soil because of presence of titanium, and therefore it's suited for cotton cultivation. So black soil is basically what? A metallic soil, presence of metal, suited for cotton cultivation. Titanium होता है उसमें डेक्कन के सॉइल में, and therefore it look black. चेरनोजेम सॉइल पढ़िएगा, स्टेप्स ग्रासलैंड का सॉइल है, वो स्टेप्स ग्रासलैंड का सॉइल है, ब्लैक, गुड फॉर व्हीट कल्टीवेशन. व्हीट क्या है? स्टेप्स ग्रासलैंड. और फोर्थ है अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ चीप लेबर. अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ चीप लेबर. देखो, ये तो फैक्टर्स दैट लीड टू द कमर्शलाइजेशन. नेचर और इंपैक्ट, हाउ इट वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड द नेचर एंड इंपैक्ट. आराम से सुनना, टेंशन मत लेना. There were two types of cropping system in India. One started by British planters. British planters. And other by individual peasants. Individual peasant. Two types. British planters, they take land on lease, they employed the peasant, themselves became cultivator. I told you the region is demand. Demand was so high that even the small peasant having the small land holding, large part of it was used for cotton cultivation. So there was cotton boom in Deccan. Everywhere we have cotton, cotton and cotton. It's called cotton boom in Deccan. British planters and individual peasants, all. Individual peasants were growing the cotton, they sell the cotton with the help of middlemen, railways, transported. So it was cotton, cotton and cotton. Problems. Problem इसको नहीं था, problem इसको ज्यादा है. What is the problem? The first problem was, problem of investment. There was no state banking system, cooperative societies. So कौन invest करेगा? Private financer, state महाजन साहूकार. So unorganized banking system had flourished. They charge very high rate of interest. State margin sahukar, they give loan to the peasant, they charge very high rate of interest. तरीका क्या था? They take thumb impression on plain sheet of paper. कागज पर अंगूठा का निशान ले लिया, पैसा दे दिया. रात में चश्मा नीचा करके टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन लिखता था. After 6 months, 1 year, you lost your land. Problems to the peasant. Despite this, profit margin was so high, they were able to sell the land, able to pay the loan, and then have money in the pocket. मगर प्रॉब्लम तो था इन्वेस्टमेंट का. दूसरा प्रॉब्लम है, ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट सेड your land revenue will increase because you are now using the land for commercial purpose. Commercial charge लगेगा. So British government also increased the rate of land revenue. Rate of land revenue became plus. Double problem है peasant को. Area under cotton cultivated, British increased the rate of land and plus investment. अभी भी ठीक है, ये लोग बर्दाश्त कर रहा है, प्रॉफिट भी मिल जाता है. फर्स्ट टाइम पीजेंट हैड मनी इन द पॉकेट. बट जब अमेरिकन सिविल वॉर एंडेड, अमेरिकन कॉटन वॉज सुपीरियर कॉटन, लॉन्ग फाइबर कॉटन. Demand of Indian cotton decreased, prices fall sharply. Profit margin became negative. अब क्या है कि पीजेंट बोलेगा कि इस साल कॉटन नहीं बिका, नॉट सोल्ड आउट, नेक्स्ट ईयर बिकेगा. आफ्टर द सेकेंड क्रॉपिंग सीजन विल टेक फर्दर लोन, विल लैंड रेवेन्यू विल इंक्रीज. So they will fall in the vicious cycle of debt. And finally, they had to sell the land in order to pay the dues. Therefore, peasant will become landless labor. This is called depeasantization. So disastrous impact was depeasantization. ऐसा समझ में ये चीज. They had to sell the land in order to pay the dues because they were trapped in the vicious cycle of debt, and therefore they had to sell the land. From peasant, they will become landless labor. कौन है? इंडियंस भी है, ब्रिटिश भी है. अभी भी तो महाजन साहूकार सेठ होता ना, जो गांव में पैसा. समझ गया? लिखो बेटा, लिखो फटाफट. द प्रॉब्लम्स लिखा दोनों. एक प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है, पहले तो नेचर बनता कि देयर आर टू टाइप्स ऑफ कल्टीवेशन, वन बाय द ब्रिटिश प्लांटर्स, सेकेंड बाय इंडिविजुअल पीजेंट. प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है इंडिविजुअल पीजेंट को? फर्स्ट प्रॉब्लम क्या है? प्रॉब्लम ऑफ investment. First problem of investment, because there was no state banking system. There was no state banking system. Or cooperative societies. Cooperative societies. State banking system or cooperative societies. Therefore, private money lenders became very active. Private money lenders had become very active. Private money lenders become very active. They charge very high rate of interest. They charge very high rate of interest. They charge very high rate of interest. They take thumb impression on plain sheet of paper. They take thumb impression on plain sheet of paper. Thumb impression on plain sheet of paper. Despite this, profit margin was very high. Profit margin was very high. Okay. Second, British government also increased the rate of land revenue. Also increase the rate of land revenue. ठीक है, पैराग्राफ चेंज करके. The real problems of the peasant came. Real problem of the peasants came after the American Civil War ended. After the American Civil War ended. Civil War ended. American cotton was qualitatively superior. American cotton was qualitatively superior. So it forced Indian cotton out of market. It forced Indian cotton out of the market. ठीक है. It resulted in decline in demand of Indian cotton. Demand of Indian cotton. Profit margin turned negative. Profit margin turned negative. Profit margin turned negative. Peasants fell in vicious cycle of debt. Peasants fell in vicious cycle of debt. Vicious cycle of debt. They had to sell the land. They had to sell the land in order to pay the dues. They had to sell the land in order to pay the dues. In order to pay the dues. It resulted in large-scale depeasantization. It resulted in large-scale depeasantization. Large-scale depeasantization. Large-scale depeasantization. 1860 में एक रिवोल्ट हुआ डेक्कन में, पीजेंट रिवोल्ट, मैसिव रिवोल्ट because of this. And the revolt, 1875. In 1875, there was a massive peasant revolt in Deccan. 1875, there was a massive peasant revolt in Deccan. Peasant revolt in Deccan. It was supported by M.G. Ranade. It was supported by M.G. Ranade through his organization Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. Through his organization Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. Name of the organization was Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. In 1879, British government passed Deccan Agriculturist Relief Act. British government passed Deccan Agriculturist Relief Act. And decided to take back increased rate of land revenue. Decided to take back increased rate of land revenue. तो दो चीज याद रखना, एक तो 1875 डेक्कन रिवोल्ट एंड आफ्टर 4 years 1879 डेक्कन एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट रिलीफ एक्ट. ये जो पीजेंट था ड्यूरिंग द रिवोल्ट डिड नॉट टारगेटेड ब्रिटिशर्स सो मच, ज्यादा ब्रिटिश को टारगेट नहीं किया. दे टारगेटेड द मनी लैंडर्स, दोज हु हैड द बाउंड पेपर, अंगूठा निशान वाला bound paper. Peasant forcibly entered into the room of the money lenders, and peasant don't take anything except that bond paper and then burn it. और burn करने के बाद पूछता है तुम्हारा पैसा भी मेरे पास है. Money lender said नहीं है. That is how the settlement was done. Third, destruction of handicraft industries. Destruction of handicraft industries. In 19th century, agriculture and handicraft are the two main bases of Indian economy. Are the two main bases of Indian economy. Agriculture and handicraft are the two main bases of Indian economy. By the end of 19th century, handicraft lost its relevance. Handicraft lost its relevance. It is called deindustrialization. It is called deindustrialization. Actually, if you not destroy the Indian handicraft, then how India would turn out to the market of British industrial product? यहाँ बिकेगा कैसे? So it was meticulous designed to promote the industrial revolution. So how it will get promoted? So what factors that lead to the decline of handicraft industries? First is Industrial Revolution of England. Industrial Revolution was shift from man to machine. Or machine made goods qualitatively superior, cost effective. हैंडीक्राफ्ट बहुत कॉस्टली होता है, So, Industrial Revolution of England, it is shift from man to machine. It is qualitatively superior and cost effective. Cost effective. Demand of Indian handicraft had decreased. Second, tariff policy. Custom, excise, taxation policy, tariff policy. It was fixed in such a way, that Indian handicraft not only became costlier in international market, it was fixed in such a way that Indian handicraft not only became costlier in international market, but in domestic market as well. Tariff policy. Third, social gap or social contradiction. सोशल गैप और द सोशल कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन, इसको थोड़ा आराम से समझो। इधर स्क्रीन पर नजर डालिए आप। लुक, इंडियन सोसाइटी, देयर इज अपर क्लास and the lower class. Caste. Upper caste known as intelligentsia, and lower caste production class. Whatever the modern information received by intelligentsia, it was not shared to the lower caste because of the caste gap, no interaction. ठीक है? And therefore, the mode of production remained primitive and product became irrelevant. So, आया समझ में? Caste contradiction. Upper class is basically what? Upper caste is intelligentsia. They received very high information, modern changes in the world, but because of the caste gap, there is a wall between the upper caste and the lower caste. No social interaction means no sharing of information. So the lower caste, which is a production class, their mode of production will become primitive and therefore their product will become irrelevant. So whenever there was a refined product was making all over the world, Indian artisans were using the primitive instrument. So therefore its product became irrelevant. So caste gap, there is a huge gap between upper caste and the lower caste. Upper caste is called intelligentsia. Upper caste is intelligentsia. Upper caste is intelligentsia. It received modern technological changes. Modern technological changes. But it was not shared to the, it received modern technological changes. But it was not shared to the production classes. Production classes. It was not shared to the production classes. Production classes. Therefore, the mode of production remained primitive. Therefore, mode of production remained primitive. And product became irrelevant. And the product became irrelevant. That's good. That's good. बहुत सारे फैक्टर हैं that led to the decline of handicraft industries. तो एक हिस्टोरियन है मॉरिस डी मॉरिस, ये जो बेसिकली इकोनॉमिस्ट, मॉरिस डी मॉरिस बोलता है कि डी इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन इज अ मिथ. डी इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन इज अ मिथ. व्हाई? मॉरिस डी मॉरिस सेड 1850s के बाद we have introduced many modern industries, big cotton industry, jute industry, steel industry. So because we have developed the modern industries, इसका मतलब है कि जो small scale industry would not survive. So why there is no handicraft? Because of the rise of modern industry. It is not deindustrialization, but shift in the mode of production. But मॉरिस डी मॉरिस ये नहीं बोलता है कि if this is only shift in the mode of production, then why the export of India had declined sharply. एक डाटा देते हैं, थोड़ा आराम से इसको एनालाइज करना, then you'll come to know. Look at 1757 and 1947. Here India GDP 25% of the world. It had become 4%. Export 50% of the total demand of handicraft in the world alone supplied by India. It had become 1%. If it is only shift in the mode of production, then how the India's share in the trade had declined. Yes. 50% of the world demand of handicraft. It was alone supplied by India and it had reduced to 1%. India का trading participation घट गया because handicraft was only in the demand and we did not have so much of the big industries. इसीलिए deindustrialization is not a myth, it is a reality. 25% world GDP अकेले इंडिया की GDP होती, it had reduced to 4%. That is called. When you talk about India, still we are talking about the Indian subcontinent. So, according to Maurice D. Morris, deindustrialization is a myth. According to Maurice D. Morris, deindustrialization is a myth. Deindustrialization is a myth. Because in second half of 19th century, second half of 19th century, there were development of heavy industries, development of heavy industries. Therefore, handicraft did not survive. Handicraft did not survive. So it was shift in the mode of production. It was shift in the mode of production rather than deindustrialization. Shift in the mode of production rather than deindustrialization. Deindustrialization. But Maurice de Maurice failed to explain. Maurice de Maurice failed to explain decrease in GDP or participation of trade. Decrease in GDP or participation of trade. Maurice de Maurice failed to explain decrease in GDP and the participation of trade. Data याद रखना, 25% in 1757, 4% in 1947. 50% in world trade, 1%. 1%. So this is called deindustrialization. और लास्ट में जो है, जो मैंने आपको नोट करवाया है, there are two things: growth of agricultural labor and rural indebtedness. Rural indebtedness. Growth of agricultural labor and rural indebtedness. Growth of agricultural labor and rural indebtedness. Indebtedness. This is called development of underdevelopment. Development of underdevelopment. अल्प विकास का विकास हुआ. अल्प विकास का विकास हुआ था. Development of underdevelopment called अल्प विकास का विकास. विकास क्या कर रहा है? अल्प विकास कर रहा है. मतलब going down. In any village, if you see the agricultural labor keep on increasing, अल्प विकास. Depeasantization and debt increasing, अल्प विकास. So this is overall impact. India's village economy was the main contributor of GDP, but Britishers had destroyed the village economy because of handicraft, because of land revenue policy. Therefore, development of underdevelopment. क्या था ना कि लैंड रेवेन्यू समटाइम्स इट एक्सीड्स टू 50%. अब प्रोडक्शन का 50% से ज्यादा लैंड रेवेन्यू लेंगे तो देयर इज नो क्वेश्चन ऑफ इंक्रीजिंग द परचेजिंग पावर. Peasants did not had left with enough so that peasant can eat it throughout the year. Now peasant will have half fed. पहले 4 बार खाना खाता था, now will take twice. इंडिया में हमेशा फूड क्राइसिस रहेगा. लेस प्रोडक्शन, लेस ईटिंग, फूड क्राइसिस. मोर प्रोडक्शन, मोर ईटिंग, फूड क्राइसिस. वो हम लोग उस हिसाब से एडजस्ट कर लेते हैं कि फूड क्राइसिस मेंटेन रखें. अपना डाइट बढ़ा देते, फ्रीक्वेंसी बढ़ा देते, खाना बचना नहीं चाहिए उनको. हमारे देश में ना टाइम से भूख नहीं लगता, टाइम से भूख लगता है. 2 बजे लंच टाइम वो ठूस लेगा. तो दैट इज कॉल्ड 50. डेवलपमेंट ऑफ अंडरडेवलपमेंट. तो रेट ऑफ लैंड रेवेन्यू. Now peasant went half fed means what? Poverty. कम खाना खा रहा है तो डिजीज, famine, revolt. My dear sir, before the advent of British rule in India, there is no peasant revolt in India. P for peasant, P for prosperous. But because of your land revenue policy, P for peasant, P for poor. So things had changed significantly. So first factor is land revenue policy of British. First factor of development of underdevelopment is land revenue policy of British. After grant of Diwani, British made many experiments. British made many experiments. Permanent settlement, Mahalbari settlement, Royatbari settlement. Permanent settlement, Mahalbari settlement, Royatbari settlement. Made many experiments. Sometimes rate of land revenue exceed to 50%. Rate of land revenue exceed to 50%. Exceed to 50%. Resulted in poverty, famine, disease, and the revolt. Poverty, famine, disease and revolt. सेकेंड फैक्टर है डिस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ हैंडीक्राफ्ट. डिस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ हैंडीक्राफ्ट. सेकेंड फैक्टर इज डिस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ हैंडीक्राफ्ट. It was second largest source of employment. Second largest source of employment. British did not create alternative employment. Did not create alternative employment. Alternative employment. Therefore, the debt burden on the peasant had increased. Debt burden on village had increased. Debt burden on village had increased. ज्वाइंट फैमिली सिस्टम भी ब्रेक हुआ, विलेज इकोनॉमी इफेक्ट हुआ, तो ज्वाइंट फैमिली सिस्टम, ज्वाइंट फैमिली सिस्टम वाज बैकबोन ऑफ द विलेज इकोनॉमी. देखो बच्चे, पहले था देयर वाज अ ज्वाइंट फैमिली मींस ज्वाइंट लैंड. देयर वाज अ ब्रेकेज ऑफ द फैमिली बिकॉज ऑफ इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन एंड मॉडर्नाइजेशन. Keep on breaking. Joint family, giant line, keep on breaking, and breaking. So earlier we had big agricultural farm. Finally we have a flower pot. It hampered the scientific cultivation, resulted in decrease in agricultural productivity, or agricultural productivity decrease हुआ. So that means entirely the whole thing will change. That will affecting the entire life of the village. So joint family system. But डरने की बात नहीं है. इजराइल से सीख क्या है? हाइड्रोपोनिक एग्रीकल्चर. खत्म हो जाने दो लैंड को. We will go towards water. ठीक है. चाइना वालों ने तो एक और नया काम रखा है, एरोपोनिक एग्रीकल्चर. Grow something in air and then you can eat it. जंप किया, खाया, निकल गया. एरोपोनिक एग्रीकल्चर. लैंड जाने दीजिए, जितना फ्रैगमेंट होने दीजिए. एरोपोनिक. ये सब चीज लास्ट पेज ऑफ योजना में होता है. योजना आप खरीदते हैं ना, योजना योजना खरीदते होंगे. पढ़ना चाहिए, क्या पढ़ना है. मैं देखता हूँ ना राजेंद्र नगर में, जब आप दुकान से खरीद के योजना निकलते हैं तो ऐसे स्टाइल से निकलते हैं कि लगता है कि जैसे नीति आयोग की मीटिंग से निकले हैं. बट पलटता ही नहीं है. हाँ, एकदम दुकान से निकलते वक्त उतनी देर तक रहता हो. इट्स ओनली देयर आर 6-7 टॉपिक्स इन योजना, देन यू कैन गो फॉर ओनली 2-3 टॉपिक्स बस. That too in the selected band. वहां पर कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट बात. लास्ट पेज में ये सब लिखा रहता है, हाइड्रोपोनिक एग्रीकल्चर, एरोपोनिक एग्रीकल्चर. दैट टर्मिनोलॉजी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर एग्जामिनेशन. यू मस्ट गो फॉर. तो देखना पड़ेगा. जबरदस्ती आईएएस बनना चाहते हैं आप कि एज ए सिटीजन आई एम एम्प्लॉयड, अनएम्प्लॉयड, सो प्लीज मेक मी एन आईएएस. बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. हाँ नहीं, बहुत. अब उनका क्या कहना नहीं पता, बट व्हाट आई एम सेइंग दैट यू लिसन दैट. रिलेवेंस कैसे खत्म होगा? दिस इज, देयर इज अ प्रॉपर इंफॉर्मेशन इन दैट. यू यूज दैट इंफॉर्मेशन फॉर योर एग्जामिनेशन. बुक्स का क्या रिलेवेंस होता है? और यूपीएससी का सिलेबस और बुक्स डिफाइन है क्या? राइट. So you use the information to suffix it. Next point है इसमें सोशल प्रैक्टिसेस. ये गांव कैसे गरीब हुआ बताएं आपको. एक रीजन तो यूपीएससी की तैयारी भी है, बिहाइंड द पुअर विलेज इकोनॉमी. सिटी बिकमिंग रिचर, विलेज बिकमिंग पुअर. ड्रेन ऑफ वेल्थ फ्रॉम विलेज टू सिटी. तो ये जो सोशल प्रैक्टिसेस है इंडिया में, फेस्टिवल जो होता है ना, या ट्रेडिशन, फेस्टिवल इज नॉट फेस्टिवल, इट्स कंपल्सन. यू हैव टू मीट द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ सोसाइटी एंड मार्केट. इंडियन फेस्टिवल इज वेरी कॉस्टली. चाइनीज लोग तो पतंग उड़ा के काम चला देते, बट हियर फेस्टिवल के 10 दिन पहले फेस्टिवल, फेस्टिवल के 10 दिन बाद फेस्टिवल. So that is also costly. You have to borrow money from the money lenders. and that's how the rural indebtedness. So these are the ultimate impact about the economic impact of the British rule. थोड़ा सा हम लोग एक important topic देख लेते हैं, and that topic is related to बोलो, तुम ही बोलो क्या, उसको क्या देख रहे हो, सबसे पूछ रहे हैं. एजुकेशनल पॉलिसी देख लें, एजुकेशनल पॉलिसी वहां से क्वेश्चंस आते हैं. देन फ्रॉम टुमारो विल गो फॉर द रिवोल्ट 1857 ऑनवर्ड्स, राइज ऑफ नेशनलिज्म. Educational policies under company's rule. Company's rule. India, Gurukul, Madarsa, these are the traditional school book. मदरसा यही चलता था इधर, गुरुकुल और मदरसा. दिस इज अ ट्रेडिशनल लर्निंग मेथड, ट्रेडिशनल लर्निंग मेथड. But after advent of East India Company, there was a demand of modern education. There were three agents of modern education in India, जो कि डिमांड कर रहा था कि इंडिया में होना चाहिए. There were three agents of modern education. First is the government, that is East India Company. Second, Christian missionaries. And third, Indian intelligentsia. There were three agents of modern education. First is the government, that is East India Company, Christian missionaries, and Indian intelligence. Most of the Indian intelligentsia, they understand, they realize it's because of the lack of modern education, there is a problem in the Indian society, evils in Indian society. How we will do away the evils? Only when we will start the modern education. And this is the reason why they were demanding the modern education system. So first phase of educational policy of company 1757 to 1813, ये जो phase है, in this phase company was not taking any pain of introduction of the education system, because company का policy था not to interfere in the socio-cultural perspective of India, because India is a complex structure of society, religion, culture. There was probability of revolts, so therefore company was not interfering. So in these years, the policy of company was not to interfere in socio-cultural practices. Not to interfere in socio-cultural practices. So, no educational policy. No educational policy. There was some development like Calcutta Madrasa, established by Warren Hastings. संस्कृत कॉलेज एट बनारस, जोनाथन डंकन, संस्कृत कॉलेज एट बनारस, जोनाथन डंकन। जोनाथन डंकन, ये सब चल रहा था। क्रिश्चियन मिशनरीज भी उड़ीसा में opened some primary school. William Carey, he was the missionary. William Carey, he established primary school in Serampur, Orissa. But you know why this effort was taken by Warren Hastings, Sanskrit College at Banaras, Kolkata Madrasa? Because there were two types of court: Hindu court, civil court, and the criminal court. Civil court, there were two laws: Hindu laws, Muslim laws. Right? Criminal court में Muslim laws, but civil court में Hindu laws, Muslim laws. So from where the trained judge, jurist, lawyers will come? Mufti, Pandit. So British needed trained persons. Therefore, British wanted to take the trained person from here. So it was, this development was to fulfill the need of British judicial system. ये सब ध्यान रखना एकदम ऑप्शन में रहेगा प्रीलिम्स में. That Warren Hastings established Calcutta Madrasa, Sanskrit College, to fulfill the need of British judicial system. To fulfill the need of British judicial system. To have trained person. To have trained person. To have trained person for judicial practices. Trained person for judicial practices. ओके, कंटिन्यू रखते हैं इसी फेज में. चार्ल्स ग्रांट, he is known as the father of modern education in India. Father of modern education in India. Charles Grant, he was known as father of modern education in India. Father of modern education in India. Because of his effort in Charter Act 1813, 1 lakh rupees budget was fixed. 1 lakh rupees budget was fixed. Charter Act. So therefore Charles Grant is called father of modern education. बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है, इसको अदरवाइज मत लीजिए, जितना इंटरेस्टिंग है अगर दिमाग लेंगे इंटरेस्टिंग बन जाएगा ही. बजट फिक्स हो गया एनुअल, बट 1813 से लेकर के 1835 तक इन 22 ईयर्स 22 लाख रुपए जमा हो गए. Not a single rupees was used for education system. ठीक है, रीजन क्या था? Why government was inactive? Because of many problems. Problem पहला था, what should be the medium of instruction? It is vernacular language or English. First answer. गवर्नमेंट डिसाइड नहीं कर पा रही, राइट. सेकेंड, एम ऑफ एजुकेशन, राइट. Whether you go for education of all, education for all, or selected few. सबको पढ़ा नहीं पाएंगे, किसको पढ़ाएं फिर? Selected few. Third, type of education. Whether you go for Western scientific learning or continue with the philosophical mode of education in India. Right? Fourth, agency of education. Whether we should develop our own infrastructure of education or use the Gurukul and Madrasa to promote it. कोई आंसर नहीं था. Fine. Lord William Bentinck had a very good friend, my colleague, right? बुलाया, बोला, I am your friend. I will give you good suggestion. I am not only a Scooty friend. So 1833, a committee was founded, right? उसके क्या बोलते हैं? General instruction of the, that was under the leadership of Macaulay. पहले इसको लिख लेते हैं, लिख लेते हैं. क्या मैंने बोला कि second phase of the education, 1813 to 1853, second phase of education, 1813 to 1853. In spite of huge budgetary allocation, there was no expenditure by the government. No expenditure by the government. Mainly because first point समझना है इसको, mainly because medium of instruction. Vernacular or English. Second, aim of education. Education for all, or selected group. Education for all or selected group. Third point, type of education. Western scientific learning, or Indian philosophical studies. Western scientific learning or Indian philosophical studies. Fourth, agency of education. एजेंसी ऑफ एजुकेशन में ठीक है, एजेंसी ऑफ एजुकेशन में इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट क्या है, टू वेदर टू टेक द हेल्प ऑफ क्रिश्चियन मिशनरीज, whether to take the help of Christian missionaries in order to develop parallel structure, or use of Gurukul and Madrasa. In 1833, Lord William Vandyck appointed a committee General Committee on Public Instruction under Macaulay. General Committee on Public Instruction under Macaulay. (1833) में General Committee on Public Instruction. There was debate between Anglicist and Orientalist. Anglicist and Orientalist. Anglicist led by Macaulay and Orientalist led by James Prinsep. James Prinsep, right? So they were the great icon supporting the Orientalist or the Macaulay. You understand the Oriental language? Yeah. Sanskrit, Arabic, Persian called Oriental language, right? Sanskrit, Arabic and Persian called Orientalist. इसलिए तो इसको बोलते Oriental और उधर यूरोप हो गया. So whether should go for these type of education, Sanskrit, Arabic and Persian, Orientalist. Finally, Macaulay ने बोला, which is called Macaulay Minute in 1835, बोला no, English. Macaulay, he said that single bookshelf of European library is more worth than entire literature of India and Arabia. कितनी भारी बात बोलता है ना सर. The single bookshelf of European library is more worth than entire literature of India and Arabia. So अंग्रेजी पढ़ाओ एक garbage है. This is a garbage. English पर. Macaulay said, बहुत भारी भारी बात बोलता था, it is white man's burden to teach the lesson of civilization to the barbarians. तो भारी भारी बात बोलता था. Finally he banked on English. उसके बाद दूसरा इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है, he said educate the top starter in English will go downward. But Macaulay ने यही नहीं सोचा कि if you go by education for the top starter, जब तक वो नीचे आएगा तब तक मैन एप बन जाएगा. उसका रिवर्स ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो जाए. Should have a comprehensive educational policy. बकवास था. 1835 Macaulay presented Macaulay Minute. Macaulay Minute. Macaulay. 18. And therefore, there are 2 points. Suggested English to be the medium of instruction and infiltration theory. English to be medium of instruction and infiltration theory. छन छन के नीचे आएगा. हाँ. Medium of instruction and infiltration theory. So tomorrow we'll take the time for the massive Oath dispatch. बहुत interesting उसका atmosphere. And then we'll switch over to the revolt of 1857. We'll finish the company at least. Thank you so much.